to many Nigerians, and I'll be explaining certain things that probably you might not be aware of. So I want you to sit back and relax. The presentation is going to be in English, and please do not ask me to speak in Yoruba. I'm not communicating to you alone. So as we kickstart the program, please invite others to join so that we can all gain so much on this platform. First and foremost, I would like to tell those of you that are watching me for the first time that the leader of the Yoruba self-determination movement under Professor Adebanji Akintoye, Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho, and the YSDM will direct the Yoruba people as when and how the Yoruba movement will continue. The ongoing protest in Nigeria has nothing to do with the Yoruba people, but the Yorubas that want to be part of that have every right to do so. So let's start the program gradually. Please invite others to join as well.
Koikimedia, we're bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Koikimedia, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Koikimedia, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep. I was a lot by ìgbéde lárugẹ nílẹ̀ Oòduà àwa gangan ni bàbá. Koikimedia, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep. They never sabi wetin we carry for her, but e dey move closer before dem go sabi. They never know wetin we carry for body, but they move closer before they go sabi. Ọ̀kín lọ lọ́jà ẹyẹ, ìléhùn ló ló lájú. Ẹyẹ tó torí kodò bí àdó, ọ̀pẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ́nu. Ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ilẹ̀ bàbá wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ìlú bàbá wa. Ká jùmọ̀ sowọ́pọ̀ ká lè tó dúdú àga. Ọdúdú àkóbá lè gbé wá. Ọmọ Odùduwà ṣègìrì ẹ dìde fún ẹ̀tọ́ adúláwọ̀ ká lè jọ jùmọ̀ gbé délẹ̀ ìlérí káwa lè gba ògo ilẹ̀ wa ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká lè jọ gbàdé ká lè gbàdé adé adúláwọ̀ àwa ní ìmọ̀lẹ̀ tí yóò tàn káàkiri. Ìyàwó Odùduwà ni wá. Koikimedia àwa là ń gbé tó lárugẹ. Ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní. Kásá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà wà kájé búgbà yín jẹ. Ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní. À ń gbé tó lárugẹ, à ń gbàsà lárugẹ. Ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní. News and sports ẹ máa rí gbọ́. Ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní. Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi ló ní kí n máa ké tata. Koikimedia ọ̀rọ̀ lágbájúmọ̀ mi o. Máa bá ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ. Ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn, ọmọ Yorùbá tata o. À ń gbádùn rẹ̀, ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi. Ṣé ìlọ máa fi dìbò tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ o? Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa ń dé máa dé. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa wọ̀ o. Igbó máa wọ̀ àjòjì ò gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀. Àjòjì tó bá wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ á tẹ̀lé ní ẹbọra. Ẹ̀yin lọ máa náwó òyìnbó tó dé. Ìgbà tó yìnbó dé o, owó náà dẹ́ tún pọ̀ sí o. Koikimedia ṣàwa ní bàbá. Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá. Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá. Àdáńtọ́ àtúnpèrè gidi. Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá. Àwa là ń gbé tó lárugẹ jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ o. Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá. Àtúnjà fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ wa, fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Ọmọ Oòduà ni wá o, tọkàntọkàn. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Ikú tí ó ṣe bí lébi òsì, àdìmú bàbá yọ. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. We bring you one closer to your doorstep. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Afẹ́fẹ́ tó ń fẹ́ òòdùn kan kí oko lára ni. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Àgbèrègèdè Olódùmarè ló fún wa ṣe. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Gbogbo ayé ẹ gbọ́, àwa ni bàbá o. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Ẹ máa bọ̀ wá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà ni wá o. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Òdodo alágbèdá ní òtítọ́ lágbèdá ní. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Àkìsọ̀dálẹ̀, àkìsọ̀dìgẹ̀ta. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Àdúrótán, àtúnpẹ̀rẹ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀. Koikimedia, àwọn ni bàbá. Koikimedia, we bring you one closer to your doorstep. Àwọn ni bàbá. Koikimedia is around to give us latest. Is around to give us latest. Ladies and gentlemen, ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó kojú gbogbo. Ladies and gentlemen, ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó kojú gbogbo. Koikimedia is around to give us latest. Koikimedia.
Brother, Koikimedia, ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ebi ń pa wá o, ebi ń pa wá o. Ọmọ ẹ̀yà ti bàjẹ́, gbogbo ló ti tọ́ upside down. Ọ̀rọ̀ àgbà, ọmọ adé ráìsì àníwọ̀n àbí jẹ ráìsì o. Ó yẹ 10 bí ó yẹ 20k bá a ṣe káfíra one or two ká ló fi support yẹ alọ́jà ṣe ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ láti jẹun tó máa raṣọ àwọn ẹ̀rọ raṣọ láti Monday àtà o 200 naira lọ́la account mi o God bless me o. Battalion ló máa jáde èmi ò mọ zó mi o mo ní Kòròdú lásán battalion ni wa battalion àwọn ní jáde kẹ gbogbo ọgbọ́n tó ń dá àtòrò wọn orò mọ́kùnrin obìnrin lóró mú.
Share the program and invite others to join as well. A very good afternoon and welcome. Welcome to Monday broadcast as we kickstart the week again, as we continue to remind many Nigerians while the disunity in Nigeria today will continue for as long as we are trying to pretend and deceive each other that we are one. When each one of us were created, we were all created differently, and we were all created very well. We were all living side by side without any interruption, without any issues. We were neighbors, but it seems that just after the 1914 amalgamation, there's been so much disunity in what is known as Nigeria today. For those that might probably not know where Nigeria is currently situated or located, Nigeria is about 6 hours, 30 minutes on a direct flight from London, and it might also be a different time zone from wherever you are. But as I speak to you right now, it seems that the British want us to continue to live in denial. And that means apart from the winter, we are same time with Nigeria as our former colonial masters. Nigeria, as is known today, is an African country on the Gulf of Guinea, but that should have been Yoruba nation, Oduduwa Republic, Oduduwa Kingdom on the Gulf of Guinea. That could have been Hausa Kingdom at the Gulf of Guinea. That could have been Biafra nation at the Gulf of Guinea. It has many natural landmarks. Nigeria doesn't have any natural landmark. It was just a coin name in 1914 fraudulent amalgamation. It is the Yoruba nation, the Oduduwa Republic, the Yoruba Kingdom, the Yorubas that have the natural landmarks and wildlife reserves. The same thing goes with the Hausas, have a natural landmark and wild reserves, and the Biafra and as many other smaller indigenous nations. It is protected such as the Cross River National Park, the Yankari National Park. There are so many different waterfalls that are currently across different parts of this geographical location. One of the most recognizable sites is the Zuma Rock, which we also have Oluma Rock in Abeokuta, the southwest part of Nigeria today. According to the capital city is Abuja, our capital city would have been Ibadan should we have remained one without the interference of the British, the colonial masters in 1914 fraudulent amalgamation. The current president is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, just as we've had previous president. According to the Google, it says that the official language is English. Again, that's a fraud. That is something that we will have to rewrite as quickly as possible, as soon as a proper nation called Yoruba country will come out of Nigeria. We will not use our official language as English. Our official language will be Yoruba, and everyone will have to learn it, from the bank to the post office, to the train services, to the airport. The official language of communication, as soon as a Yoruba nation is declared, will not be English, because English is not, we own it. English is a borrowed language that the colonial master, the British, forced on every Nigerian to learn, and we decided to abandon our beautiful languages, from Hausa, a beautiful language, from the Igbos, a beautiful language, the Ijos, and the Yorubas, and as many other ethnics. The dialing code is +234. As soon as we have our own country, that would definitely have to change. We would have our own official Yoruba country dialing code, just like the UK has their own dialing code, the German, the France. We don't want to share the dialing code with the Biafrans, neither do we want to share it because of security threat to our lives. The current dialing code is currently security threat because it has been infiltrated by the Fulani terrorists and so many other people that are using it for all kind of fraudulent and terrorizing our people. So as soon as a Yoruba country is declared officially, we will stop making use of that fraudulent +234 that was coined as part of the fraudulent country known as Nigeria today. We are told that we are 218. I don't want to be in a country with 218 where 35 million of my people are suffering and cannot be protected by Nigeria. No education, no security, no welfare, no benefit, not recognized, the citizen being manipulated. I would love to be in a country as smaller as many other European countries that can identify and recognize each of their citizens by name. I want my future government to represent me through my national insurance number equivalent, through my social service number that I can take to anywhere within online on the government of the Yoruba website, and I can apply for so many things. And that means that being part of a 218 million beautiful people, and don't get me wrong, they are beautiful people, but we are not the same. Our languages are different, and I don't want to share borders or share, well, I share borders with them, but I don't want to share a country with them. And if I'm going to do, I would love my government to officially, as soon as the Yoruba nation is declared, to fingerprint anybody that is not part of who we are as an indigenous owned country. I repeat again, the declaration of a Yoruba nation, every other nations that will be coming into the country will be fingerprinted. And I'll remind you that if you're traveling to any part of the world today, you're likely to be captured through the facial recognition. Likewise, you could be captured through your fingerprint, and that, I believe, is part of the visa criteria. You can help me in the comment section which of the countries today is currently taking what we call fingerprint of the people. So it is not new when we say that we want other countries that want to come and do business and live with us, but I do not want you to be part of a country that I live that I cannot know who you are. I want to know that my neighbor is a terrorist and my government can go after him. I want to know that my neighbor is a good businessman, but he's not importing fake product into the country. I want to know that even the people known as the Yoruba in the country are not fraudsters and they are not ritualists, because I want my government to go after them as it is meant to be. So the country that we are asking for, away from the fraudulent non-Nigeria today, does not respect us, does not appreciate who we are, and that means that there is no point being part of the 218.5 million that has been used by the IMF, the World Bank, and many other countries as just a numbers, but without a value. I want you to take note of that. The 218 million people in Nigeria today, you are just part of the number. I don't know which number I am, but I know that as a Nigerian citizen that is still currently a country today, I am also one number that has been used since the 1960, since the 1914 by the British to deceive us that we are value citizens and we will remain so. We are not one, and I don't want to be part of that 218 million. I want to carve away from there and have my own number enriched, respected, just like I live in UK under the 66 million people. And when I go to vote, like I did on the July 4 this year, I was not intimidated, I was not attacked, I was not killed. I made my choice to vote for the Labour Party without any kind of intimidation. I don't want to be in a number with anyone that would intimidate me because they want me to vote this direction, or they want to use the purpose of present situation to unseat a Yoruba government. I want to be in a Yoruba government that we know that when we vote for our representative, we will not be going out to protest because we do not love who is there. But we can't protest if we are not happy, and we will not be used as scapegoats by the military, the security that has currently been pushed out to kill many of you, because many of you are going to die within the next couple of days. But that should not deter you from pushing, because the country is going into a fragile state. And I'll tell you that it is not just Tinubu that has been the reason why Nigeria is going in a fragile state. The fragile of Nigeria It's just that Tinubu might be the last one that we're going to use his head for coconut. Ama for fagbon, as Yoruba people will say. So because he has been told, he has been warned by those that knows him, and if he hasn't been told, then that means he's as stupid as idiot, because he should know that Nigeria is fragile and anyone will take advantage. Peter Obi will take advantage, Atiku will take advantage, British will take advantage, the European will take advantage. I do not trust America with the current situation that is about to play out in Nigeria. We know that America has played so much evil roles around the world today, and likewise the British. So there's so much happening within the country that we do not know, and that's why the government is actually saying, as of today, that there are also machineries, and I believe maybe the same machinery that they wanted to use to kill Sunday Igboho on the 1st of July, 2021. So what we have happening in Nigeria today as a failed state is what I'm about to explain to you. Tinubu is not the one that created the failed state, but he is part and parcel of those that created the mess. But the mess started just before Tinubu was born, because the British created this mess while the British is about telling their citizens to withdraw and pull out, as also the news filtering out that even as many other countries that is going through difficulties, France has warned their citizens to pull out of Lebanon because there's another war that's about to play out. Nobody prays for war in Nigeria, but there will be crisis, there will be anarchy. Many people are going to die. There's no doubt about that. I am not worried about death because America failed to protect the people of Palestinian, that over 60,000 of them have died as they continue to give the bombs to the Israel to kill as many people. You will also be killed by the Nigerian government, not literally Tinubu, but be prepared for Sultan of Sokoto that wants to dip the Quran inside every part of Nigeria and convert us to Islam that I don't want to be part of. So many Nigerians who understand that what is playing out today is not Tinubu's fault, but he will be part of those that would have to face the consequence. Tinubu will have to go to exile, the country will divide, we will have a country of our own, and everyone will now have to respect each of the country that you want to stay in. If you are Biafran, you want to stay in the Southwest, you will follow the new constitution and not the fraudulent constitution that Obasanjo, the idiot, one of the criminals, that 16 billion of the power that was given to him was squandered. Nobody knows where he is. But today, many of you think that you can save that contraction. I am looking forward to as many of the crises that is about to erupt in Nigeria within the next couple of days. But this crisis is not just happening today. This crisis has been playing out ever since the criminal British system created the fraudulent Nigeria, because they knew that crisis upon crisis will continue. Many Nigerians will say that the Igbo destroyed the regional government. We should ask the British why we first had to be merged together in that contraction in 1914. Jonathan told us that it is the intention of the British to keep every Nigerian together, and you should all be expecting blood within the next couple of days. Many of you will be killed, as I am not worried, because Buhari killed 28,000 of my people, and nobody spoke about that. Nobody said anything about that. Buhari killed many, multiplied by 3 in the southeast, because they're asking for Biafra. So this time around, there will be more blood on the street of Lagos. There'll be more blood, as I'm getting the report coming from Abia State just about a few minutes ago, that there is currently a crisis going on between the military and also the unarmed or the unnamed gunmen or whatever they're called. So a report indicates a serious gun battle around Araria Market to Minimas, Umaja, Ososo area in Abia State between the military and armed men. This has been going on for a very long time, but I'm happy now that it's coming up on the screen, because we need the videos so that we can tell the UN to prepare for a security council on Nigeria, because Nigeria is now going into the final stage of collapse. Now, let's start with this. According to an article that I've picked up on the Guardian newspaper of the United Kingdom, this is about 2 years ago, dated by the 2-year-old article. Crisis in Nigeria. The crisis in Nigeria is not by Tinubu. It's just that Tinubu failed to understand that what is going into is bigger than him. We warned him, we told him, but he wanted to have the aesthetic of President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And since he has done that, he should also expect the revolt of many Nigerians that are going to be coming out. I know they will come out, and I pray you all come out. Don't be distracted by the breast coming out from the BB Nigeria. Is another way to keep your spirit away from the real spirit of the freedom fight. Everybody will fight. I am fighting using my media. You will fight because you are on the ground. I am not coming down for your protest because we are part of the people that says to you 3 years ago that let us stop the protest today, but you all fail to understand that. So whatever is about to play out from Lagos to any part of Nigeria, that is the consequence of you not allowing us to come together in one unity as Yoruba people, most importantly, and stop Nigeria from going into another election in 2023. So for the fact that you endorsed election in 2023, what you've done is you wanted to revive the Nigeria using the criminal Bola Tinubu, one of the drug barons that was happening between Chicago while he was there. Nobody knows his true identity, but America seems to be thinking that we are all stupid by trying to avoid the real picture of Tinubu that I'm not concerned about. What I am concerned about now is Tinubu himself will not be alive for the next 60 years. So we need to stop him now, either through whatever is going to play out or through when the time that the leaders of the Yoruba self-determination will call everyone to come out and rise up, and I will be on the flight back to Nigeria to make sure that I am part of those that defend that territory. So let's go back quickly. And I want to read this article, and there's so many other articles that we're going to be reading today. Sit back, get a cold water, and let's enjoy it. Failed state with a question mark. Why Nigeria fragile democracy is facing an uncertain future. So if any of you think that this future of Nigeria is with Peter Obi, one of the criminals, the criminal gang that British is also funding indirectly or directly, and likewise many of them like that, let me say to you, we do not have democracy in that messed up country. What you are practicing is not democracy. What many of you are practicing is evil against humanity, and that needs to stop. How that is going to stop is the education, the awareness, the rally, your protest, your anarchy, your crisis, but be expecting a real fight from the Sultan of Sokoto with the military that Tinubu does not control. Tinubu will not be able to stop the bullet that will be used on Nigeria. It could not stop it during the Lagos NSAS, during the other areas in Nigeria, and as many people that have been killed. Many of you are now worried. When El Zakizaki children were killed by the military, you all kept quiet. So this is the time that everybody should brace up for what is about to play out in Nigeria within the next couple of days. While Nigerian fragile democracy is facing an uncertain future. This was written by Peter Beaumont. Peter Beaumont, as we know, are just as many other journalists like myself, but working with the Guardian newspaper that decided to put this beautiful article together. Peter Beaumont is a British journalist who is a foreign affairs editor. So he knows more about you than yourself, because most of you don't have your true identity. So we have to wait for an English journalist, because since you do not believe in a journalist like myself from the Yoruba part, then maybe you will believe what Peter Beaumont, a British journalist who is a foreign affairs editor of The Observer, as well as writing for his sister paper, The Guardian, he has covered the war in Iraq. And I look forward to him coming to Nigeria to cover the anarchy, the crisis, and many other things that will play out. And as I will say to you, I will not be a journalist that will sit in UK when that time comes. But for your protest, I am not invited because I did not call for the protest. I have told you 3 years ago what we should have done, but you all failed to listen to me. So he's a 62-year-old man. He might be older than me, but he's not doing anything different from what I am doing. So what I am about to read to you today is coming out from a British journalist, an Englishman, I believe so, based on the name. He has covered the war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Gaza, Kosovo. I don't have any business in covering any of the war that is playing out today. The one that I would love to cover when the war breaks out today in Nigeria is the one that will happen in that part of the globe, because that means we are ready to give the world the real news that will never be diluted as ever, because the first televised war in the world was the Biafra War. So you should all brace up. Whether there will be war or not, I don't know, but there will be anarchy, there will be crisis, and there will be death. I am not surprised, because everybody knows that Nigeria has been sitting on the keg of gunpowder. So let's listen and read to what he wrote some 2 years ago. Again, the title of this says, Failed State, with a question mark. While your crazy, messed up country is fragile, democracy is facing an uncertain future. You, me, your born children, your unborn children, if we all remain in Nigeria, you will never survive Nigeria to become who you want to be. Some of you is lucky to be, but not in Nigeria. And if you're going to be in Nigeria, because you are practicing so many corrupt and so many things that we cannot think of. Yoruba people using people's hair to make money, the Igbos creating cocaine, the Yoruba creating fraudsters. Every part of Nigeria, every one of you are criminals, maybe few of you. And we need to stop that, because we don't want to live in a society where there's intimidation, there's crime. And even if there's a crime, we want to make sure that you receive the best justice system before we sentence you. 8 people were stabbed in UK today, somewhere in Portsmouth, I believe. And we can see the emergency services that went in there to save lives. Many of you will never be saved. So why not let us save you today for the future that will be certain? You will not get a future that is certain in Nigeria. I understand some of you will start talking, I am not coming to listen to your nonsense, because that is exactly what the British wanted. As you are telling them the truth, let the idiot come out and attack you, because some of you don't even know the true meaning of your identity in the first place. In the first in a series on the Africa most populous state, part of the lies, we look at the effect of the widening violence, poverty, crime, and corruption as elections approach. I believe you wrote this just before the fraudulent election that we saw how everybody end up to steal ballot, create chaos, kill people, and only God knows how many lives got lost, because nobody has the statistics. My father's senseless murder must be a wake-up call for Nigeria. But let's come forward to the Peter Bowman article. A series of overlapping security and political and economic crises has left Nigeria facing its worst instability since the end of the Biafra War in 1970. With experts warning that the large part of the country are in effect becoming ungovernable. Igboho told you that. Babakitoye told you that. Nnamdi Kanu told you that. As many people that love you told you that Nigeria is just ungovernable. But you are not going to listen, because your head is like a coconut until we break it and open it and remove the water and seal it back and make sure that the new water coming into it is as fresh, because the one that you have right now will not allow you to listen. With the expert warning that the large part of the country are in effect becoming ungovernable. I don't know why Yoruba people and those that doesn't even have any business in any part of the other part of the world, known in Nigeria today rather, wants to die because of Nigeria. Some of you will never visit Sokoto until you die. Neither will you visit Katsina, Kaduna. You dare not set up a pork business in the northern part of the country that you want to save. Mad people all over the place. You dare not start a business of pork close to a mosque in Kano. Every one of your generation will be wiped off within a few minutes. If you think that I'm lying, I will send the money to you, but I want you to set up that business next to a Muslim society in that part of the Kano state in the north, and you will see what you're going to do to you and probably to your family back in the southwest. Fears that conflict in Africa's most populous state were bleeding. This is 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, the fear, Iberu, that the country is bleeding. There's blood all over the place. But idiots will tell you that there's no blood anywhere. We are making this up. I'm not going to give you the statistics. I don't want you to go and look for it. But you yourself, your blood is drying out, and that's why many of you look very sick, because you cannot get a nutrition meal to make sure that you can live a better life. And that is why some of you will die at 52. I'm not surprised Ifan Yuba, with all his wealth, he died at 52 years old. The Africa's most populous state were bleeding over its borders were underlined last week by claims that armed Igbo secessionists in the country's southeast were now cooperating with militants fighting for an independent state in the Anglophone region of the neighboring Cameroon. When these people write like this is the reason why we need our own media to say the different narrative. It will tell you the narrative that it thinks is fitting its own ideology. But we know that what the Biafra are fighting for, they are not secessionists. There's nothing called secessionists. The English word of secessionist is different from self-determination. But we know that many of the fraudulent brown envelope journalists in Nigeria love to use the word secessionist because they are crazy. People like Dr. Abati is a madman. So if you listen to people like that, you will be derailed from the real discussion. There's nothing like secessionist. What everybody's fighting for, the Ambazonia will fight to the last blood, just like the Yoruba, the Biafra, and many other countries. The IRA fought the British. Many people died for 30 years. There was an agreement that allowed them to become free. If we're going to make sure we want to be free, you're not going to buy from Tesco or your ShopRite. The mounting insecurity from banditry. We know that there's nothing called banditry, but let's just for argument's sake go in the flow line with this article. I'm not going to take anything out, but I'll tell you where they are wrong, and I'll also tell you why they are wrong. The mount insecurity from the banditry in the Northeast, the jihadist groups, such as the Boko Haram in the Northeast, violent conflict between farmers and pastoralists across the large swath of Nigeria. That is what Buhari and the bomb bastard Lai Mohammed, I call him the Olori Buruku that will not die where his children will find his body. These are the narrative that kept feeding the West, that there is a clash between the farmers and the criminal Fulani terrorists moving their cows, as if that is the only way they have to operate. Even we would love them to leave the cow in the north and kill it and send it to us after killing it. We don't want to see the cow as it is. But the stupid Yoruba people that think that because they are doing their Owambe, continue to feed these terrorists because we are the one feeding them. The more cow we buy, the more arm they got to kill us. So maybe it is time for you, the Owambes, that the python that we have fed has now grown. So they are now becoming powerful that they are not even bothered about the money they're making from the cow anymore. They are making so much money that I was listening to a particular video yesterday. I think a pastor, not yesterday, today. And the pastor, I did retweet that. That is if you're following me on Twitter. If you're not, I can't help you with that. He said, and I quote, that one of his members, a pastor, was kidnapped and they had to pay 40 million. I'm happy to hear that the pastor says he will be one of those that will be coming out if this week, the final week, Tinubu does not resolve all the problem on the table and is encouraging other pastors. I hope Pastor Adeboye will be leading the protest from Lagos State, while the one in the north will be led by Bishop Kaku or whatever they call them name, where from the Yoruba side in the Ikwara State, Imam Ofa, and every one of them. We want them to come out. We don't want anybody to sit at home. You all come out so that the citizens that want to erupt next week will be protected, because when they see Baba Adeboye, the military are not going to shoot any gun. But Baba Adeboye will come out or not, he has also released his own prophecy. I might tell you about that, but let's focus on the reason why Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is not a failed state because of Tinubu. Tinubu is just as stupid, like I said, that have tolerated and allow himself to be used as the final straw to bring down Nigeria. And whatever it is, bad end government, bad no end government, let me tell the Igbos, let me tell the Hausas, as much as I support the protest, your end the bad government will only end the end bad government. You will not control the Southwest with any new government. And I've won the military. This is not the period that you think that you will hijack it and you will then announce to every one of us that you have now taken the charge. You will not do that this time around. What we will do, I'm not going to tell you, but I can assure you that you dare not in the Southwest. You can do that in the Southeast if they allow you to. You can do that in the Middle Belt. You can even do that in the North. But in the Southwest, every protester, let me warn you right now, go ahead and do your protest. End bad government. If you like, chase Tinubu out of power. That is the end of Nigeria. That is my own meaning to your end bad government. If you end bad government, you are only helping us to end Nigeria. So you better get it right now. I am not listening to your, go and renew INEC, go and change the constitution, bring that, whatever your agenda, because a lot of Yoruba people are skeptical that the Igbos are behind this, that the Yoruba are behind it, the Hausa are behind it. The government said, no. It is the machineries of Atiku and Peter Obi. I don't care whatever it is. Let me say this to all the protesters. If you like, burn down anywhere. There's no problem. But the problem that will happen is that as soon as you help us to end Nigeria bad government, that means that we will now ask every single one of you in the Southwest to remain in the Southwest because we shut the borders. And we will start taking numbers of you, and then we will decide if you were part of the people that destroy Lagos State, because we will know. We will know. We will know. We will now decide on the government whether to give you a pardon to remain in the Southwest or give you a one-way ticket to exit. We will not live together with criminals. I can assure you that. Look at my face very well. Go out and do your protest. I don't have a problem with that. End your Nigeria bad government. You are only ending Nigeria for most of us that are just sitting back. That is what the Yoruba people are looking forward to. Your end bad government, I am not interested in that. What we are interested is to pull out of Nigeria. But you do not want to say that. So you're going to start with end bad government. And then you say, Tinubu must go, Tinubu must go, Peter Obi must come. I dare tell you today, Peter Obi will not, he can go to Biafra land and become their president. He will not be a president in the Yoruba land. I can tell you that. He will not. The country is splitting apart. We told Tinubu he can do it right, either through the Yugoslavia that went with blood or the Soviet Union that there was no blood. It's entirely up to him what is about to play out. So let's keep reading because I want you to get the background that the failed state of today is not because of Tinubu. It is just something that has been waiting to explode. And that explosion is about to kick off just less than few days before the end bad government. The crazy government itself does not know that you do not block the people's line. That is when they decided to tell MTN to block lines. I'm told now they've told MTN to unblock it after they thought, oh, we will use that to stop Nigerians. Let me say to the government, you better allow everybody to come on the round table quickly. You have the last couple of days. I believe from next week, there will be fire for fire. But if you're going out, remember, you will be shot. They will not use rubber bullet. Live bullet will be used. Prepare for that because that is what we have faced for the period of the time we've been going out for our peaceful rally in Lagos. We were being killed in Lagos. So I am not going to be surprised that they're not going to kill you. Already I saw in Lagos Island, the no to protest have come out. So there will be a fight between you of the no to protest and those. We had the same problem with some Yorubas that decided that they love Tinubu so much and they're not going to allow a Yoruba self-determination. So this time around, I want to see as many fights going in now, in, out, because we told them, so everyone should prepare and brace up. There is danger ahead, whether it is from the spiritual side, whether it is the physical side, One thing I would like to say to the protester again is, your end bad government, for me, is end Nigeria. The mountains insecurity from banditry in the Northwest, jihadist groups such as the Boko Haram. Today is the 29/7/2024. This is Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep as we continue to use this platform to remind the international community of the danger that is erupting in Nigeria. Many of them have written about it. I've listened to so many international news. But from next week, they might shift their satellite to Nigeria for many coverage of what is about to play out. The mountain insecurity from banditry in the Northwest, the jihadist groups, and such as the Boko Haram in the Northeast, violent in the violent conflict between farmers and pastoralists across the large swath of Nigeria's middle belt and the Igbo secessionists. I'm not going to be using the word secessionists. I'll leave it as Igbo self-determination that are campaigners. There's nothing like secessionists. The Igbo self-determination in the Southeast calling for an independent Biafra once again. I'm not surprised that it did not capture the Yorubas. You know why? Because we have been very quiet. Very, very quiet. We haven't done anything to erupt the international community to know that we want to go. And this is why I say to my Yoruba people, if you think that by sitting there on this social media that is only creating awareness will give them the opportunity to write about us, it is not going to be. We all know what will be that will allow them to know that we are ready to go. So 2 years ago, we have done as many rallies in London, but I'm surprised that these journalists did not pick any of such information. You know why? It's because it has not been very hot on the other side of the Southwest. So he talked about the Southeast calling for an independent Biafra once again. Is driving a brain drain of young Nigerians. It is also seen the oil multinational Shell announced that it is planning to pull out of the country because of insecurity. We all saw that Shell pulled out of Nigeria because there was so much insecurity in the country. So today, don't be surprised that your small businesses are struggling. They are struggling because there's no support coming through. There's no assistance coming through from the government or the international bodies to make it work. So many of your businesses, we pray, will not collapse, but praise up because the economic situation with the high inflation of double digits will make most of you to allow your business to fold up, not because you are not perfect or good around it. It's just that the current situation of Nigeria is so hard and difficult, and that is the reason why. Nigeria has overlapping areas of insecurity and unrest caused by different armed and political groups. The Asari Dokuba, the Tompolo, and many others. So everybody is taking their own base. So already the country is divided. We have the ISWAP, the ISWAP in the northeast. We have the Amotekun. We have the Biafra Liberation Army that are working tirelessly. You might not hear about them, but only Musa, the terrorist military, will tell you what he's facing with the Biafra Liberation Army. So already everybody's living in denial. Everybody knows that everybody's keeping something. Everybody's hiding something. Everybody's just waiting calmly to see what happened. But what people are skeptical about, especially the Yoruba, is do not use Yoruba land as the battleground. And for us, I have told you 3 years ago, if we have listened to me, there will be no battleground in Yoruba land. We would have secured our borders ourselves, especially those of us that were fighting each other. Because we're fighting and fighting each other because you wanted to allow Tinubu to be your president. So right now, Lagos is still part of Nigeria. Idiot. Your Lagos state is part of Nigeria. It is not like Lagos is on its own. Stop thinking that Lagos is on its own. Lagos is not standing on its own right now. Lagos is part of Nigeria. And Nigerians are also part of Lagos. You might not like it. That is the fact. But if we have all allowed Nigeria to dissolve before the election, Lagos will have been part of Yoruba country. And whoever wants to now come and destroy Lagos through proxies, through whatever means, through their hidden agenda, maybe we would have stopped them ahead before they even come through it. Because we'll have taken them out. Just like the British were removing foreign criminals. The last flight that left UK went back to East Timor with foreign criminals. But you refuse because you love Tinubu so much. So your Lagos still remain part of Nigeria. So brace up for whatever would happen. I care less, because we warned you that these are agenda that might play out in the near future. You think that near future is about 30 years ago. Tinubu being in power, the North are not happy. Some Southeasterners are not happy. Not all of them. Those that want Biafra care less whether Tinubu is in power or not. But there are some that think that they are stupid obedient. They call them obedient, Abi. They think that they can hijack Lagos from us. Let me say this, do whatever shenanigans you want to do, but you will not witness anything in Lagos again. Okay? We will come after you. I can assure you that. But we cannot be fighting double battle. And I'm not referring to the Biafra. I'm referring to the Igbos that think that you would destroy Lagos because you have that hidden agenda. The true Biafra dare not want to destroy Lagos. But if you think that your agenda is to come and destroy Lagos because you are upset that Tinubu, the criminal, look, he's a criminal. We know that. Tinubu himself knows that he's a criminal. But every region has a criminal. You all from the Southeast were celebrating another criminal that died in London of heart attack called Ifan Yuba. So I am not surprised that we both have criminals. But what will not play out is, I would not listen to the division or divide and rule that the Igbos are the one that wants to create tension in Lagos, when we also know that there are so many hands in Lagos that will want to override Lagos. Look, let me say this. Dangote is so bitter that he has so much money. I am not saying I have the fact yet, but he can do and undo. Okay? He can undo and undo, and we need to be very careful with that. So, let me say this. Don't worry about Lagos. If you are going to protest, go and protest. You are still a Nigerian, okay? Nigeria still exists according to what I know today. Because Tinubu has not come out and say Nigeria is no longer existing. So if you want to protest, go and do so freely, but make sure that you know what you are doing, because you will not protest in Lagos to want to bring down Sanwo-Olu, and then maybe you are thinking that a military coup will play out, and then one military administrator will just pop up from nowhere and say, we have taken over Lagos because there's danger in Lagos, or we have taken over any other part of Nigeria. I don't care about any other part, but the Southwest that is divided by the river before the stupid, idiotic British created that mess called Nigeria. It is so easy for me to present to the international community, to the international world, that the reason why we are going to do what we need to do, that I don't have to announce on social media, is because we are not one. And everybody knows that. So it will be very easy to now bring everybody back on the round table after whatever must have played out between now or next year, or even tomorrow, or even it might not happen, I don't know. We will all then come back on the round table, and we will now divide the country as it's meant to be. We can do that now. But you, the Nigerians, the idiotic Nigerians, think that you can use your one Nigeria to hold me, a Yoruba man, inside Nigeria. It is not going to happen. So as much as I might tell you that protest is okay, you can do whatever you want to do, let me also remind you, you will not use your one nonsensical, bloody, evil, corrupt, bastard, bomb bastard Nigeria to hold me, a Yoruba man, in my own territory. Let me tell whoever is planning any protest, whether you are faceless or not, you can do whatever you want to do, but you will not keep us in Nigeria. I hope you understand. I hope you understand what I have just said. And that is also to all the Yorubas that are behind me. We don't have problem with you. Some have problem for the protest, but the majority of us do not have problem for your protest. But your protest will not keep me in one Nigeria because you are looking for one new Nigeria. I am not looking for one new Nigeria. I want a total independent Yoruba country out of the madness that the British created that kept us and our forefathers in danger after over 500 years of slave trade. That enough must stop soon. So do your end Nigeria bad government. Bad government, bad government. Hey, Tinubu must go. If you like, say Atiku no come. Say Atiku go. Even say Peter Obi no come or go. All that is not going to play out in the Southwest. You can play that shenanigans if the Biafra allow you to do so in any part of their side. You can play that in any other part. But you know where they call from Kwara to Kogi to Ondo, Ekiti, Osun, Oyo, Lagos, Ogun State. It is just an order that will be released. And the true Yorubas that are truly Yorubas will rise up against every single one of you. So don't let us get to that stage. Do whatever shenanigans you are planning to do, but your one end that bad government, is that hashtag end bad government that you are using as your trademark, it doesn't matter whatever agenda you have behind it. You will not control the Southwest under one Nigeria. So better get that fact right. So let's go back and get more from what we are reading earlier. Once again, this is Koikimedia, the 29. Click on the share button. Don't be scared. The country is already fragile. So whatever I'm saying now doesn't make any difference because the country is fragile. And when something is fragile, it's just about to dissolve, either vaporize, either we break it, either you cut it, either you use gun, either you don't use gun, either I use my own. I don't have a gun. All I have is my media to prepare the Yorubas ahead of the fragile country. Because the country is so fragile that if I don't prepare them, they might end up trapped. If you have a couple of money in your account, start withdrawing them slowly today. I am not saying that many of you have, but if you have the last 20,000, the last 100,000, because I am told that you cannot withdraw more than 20,000 naira as of today in Nigeria. Imagine 20,000 naira. How is that going to survive you? If you are a Yoruba man that still have that money, what Emefiele did will be worse than what is about to play out because we do not know what, even though Emefiele has been detained in Nigeria, even though he wanted to run away, Tinubu have detained him. So if you are having naira in your bank account, start withdrawing them and keep them for now. If you cannot buy food, if you can buy food, buy it. Nigeria is a fragile democracy. I did not say so. This is what Peter Bowman, an English journalist, told me 2 years ago in what I am reading now. Bye-bye to Nigeria. That is coming to an end. Diaspora that have money, I don't know how you're going to withdraw it because you're not on the ground. But I wish you can do whatever you can do with the little that you have there so that those money does not get trapped. Remember that during the CBN madness, when Buhari, the bomb bastard monster, was there, he decided to lock our money. I did not have money, but the people that have money started crying, begging that they are hungry, they are dying, but nobody listened to them. That means their money was as useless as tissue paper. Not that the Nigerian currency have value in the first place. Not that Nigerian currency have value in the first place, but what I can tell you is that the value today has dropped drastically than what it was before. The value of the naira has dropped faster. The pound sterling to the naira as at today is 2,016 naira to 1 pound. I sent 10 pounds today through Lemfi, and I was given 20,300 naira. It does not make any value to whoever I send it to because it's as useless as tissue paper, because they will come back again within the next 3 days and say, Mr. Koiki, please, can you send me another money? So even if I keep sending, for how long are we going to continue like that? Back again. These are the reasons why and say, Mr. Koiki, please. We all need to think about the currency called Naira, Naira. It is so devalued, it is so as useless that Cardoso, the CBN, and Wale Edun, the brilliant Yoruba man, that we beg them that we need their assistance to start drafting policy for a Yoruba central bank. But they are so stupid and idiot that Tinubu has dragged them into the mess. And you can see now that as we saw our best of Yemi Osinbajo, as soon as he enter Aso Rock with Buhari, is as useless as the tissue paper in my toilet. Nobody even remember that this was a professor before. I'm talking about Yemi Osinbajo. So don't be surprised with Wale Edun that are doing magicianic, that they want to revive a dead, fragile economy, a dead, fragile democracy. Continue to say at the play. We were all playing because Big Brother is already on. Go and be watching the breast and the nipples and get carried away that next week is your real fight to save yourself, not to end bad government, but to end Nigeria with us. So let's go back to our article. Once again, my name is OLAYOMI KOIKI. We're live on multiple channels. We're also live and streaming on the MixLR. Just look for me at Koikimedia. And also remember to follow all my platforms because there is so much playing out that we are telling you one about. Continue to play. You don't want any protests in Lagos. Is Lagos not part of Nigeria? So, it has also seen that the oil multinational Shell, like we said earlier, announced that it is planning to pull out, and they've already pulled out. Shell sucked Nigeria dry, and they decided that since we have created monsters that we can no longer feed, the best option is to sell every asset. There's a Yoruba man that spoke to me some few months back. The Chinese company he works for sold all their vehicles. They don't want to have any asset in Nigeria anymore. They are still in Nigeria, but everything that they are using as of today, they are renting it out. They are renting it rather. Among the recent prominent victims of the leader violence was Dr. Chika Akuyili, a prominent physician in Nigerian southern state of Anambra, ambushed as he returned from a lecture to commemorate the life of his wife. Dora, who had been the head of the country's National Food and Drug Agency, I'm sure you all remember, who killed the widow and his police guard remain unclear. Well, who killed Funshaw Williams? It is still unclear. Who killed Dele Giwa? We know that one is Babangida. Who killed Olorunloparo? We know that is Buhari. Who killed the Chief Justice? We should ask Obasanjo, Uncle Bola Ige. And that goes on and on and on. So death of prominent, important people in Nigeria is not new to some of us, but to the Oyinbo journalists, they're probably, you should come and ask us, many people that have died, that we are still looking for justice. Even Mohbad, we can't find justice for Mohbad. Likewise, we couldn't find justice for Pelumi. We couldn't find justice for Jumoke Oyeleke that was killed by the Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, on the 3rd of July, 2021. And likewise, the Lagos State governor, that point to finger, call himself Sanwo-Olu, could not give us why a BRT bus that an innocent Yoruba girl end up to be stripped naked. The body was dumped in Ebute Metta. The father and the mother are still telling me, Koiki, please help me to ask Governor Sanwo-Olu who killed Anyanwola Bamishe from bastard Yoruba politicians. What is clear, however, is that Akunle's murder is far from an isolated event in Africa's second largest economy. That is all the lies that they've cooked to us. African largest economy. You ask yourself, which part of the economy is supporting your business? Which part of the Africa largest economy is supporting your business today? Every child in the UK, the number one child, gets £26.90 a week. Next week, £26.90 a week. Another week, £26.90. The fourth week in the month, £26. So that means equivalent to Nigeria currency today, your child should be earning 50,000 naira every week, child benefit. Nigeria should have then be telling us the second largest economy, because that economy is being used not to feed Dino Malaye, not to feed the criminals that are in power, like Yaya Bello, that took out the money from Kogi State and then used that money to fund up front for a student free. And America's school in Abuja did not say give us in naira, they took it in dollars. So if we are one of those that they're telling that, and we have a lot of idiotic Yoruba diaspora, all I've witnessed in all their engagement, not all of them, they are telling you they are doing events. When they are telling you that we are doing summit, a business summit, it is not for you. It is only for their own selfish gain, to connect with the governor, to connect with who to who. But if you think that whatever summit that they've done in UK, ask yourself, has that have any impact in your community in that zoological country you call Nigeria? So when they're talking about Nigeria, the Africa's second largest economy, what should have happened is that every of your children should earn 200,000 naira every month. But even Tinubu could not pay you 200,000 naira for wages. The NLC, Ajero, that another criminal fraudster that have used you to negotiate with Tinubu, is now saying that we are not part of protest. You know why? Because Tinubu is good at pumping money to criminals like himself. So he's looking for every avenue to stop the protest. So he has released money, the money that should have been released to you all for the last 1 year. Tinubu is now releasing it to every part. Even he told people for doing Oro that take out Oro. You can bring the Oro out. They've told him that Oro doesn't come out like, hey, don't worry about Oro, doesn't come out. Make sure that Oro can come out for Monday for 15 days. Something that has never happened before is about to play out. So are we surprised? Even Adeleke sold Oshogbo to someone from the southeast. So don't be surprised, okay? These are all bomb bastard Yoruba politicians that will eventually die in the next 60 years, just like Akeredolu, just like Ajimobi. Where is the death of that criminal one that was taking drugs all over the place in the Ogun State? Remind me his name on the comment section. Now, for Boko Haram jihadist insurgency, those ones have now become monster. That they are still telling us, as of today, that the man funding them is Matawali Bello, Kashamu, Buruji Kashamu. That one is another criminal. All the old women is giving money now, they died because nobody can give them money, because since the local government doesn't function, since there is no governor that can function to make them look good, but at least Kokun Foundation is giving people not giving them, is eating with them so that we can think that he's doing something nice. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Ajamajerai Senior, oh yeah, take picture, upload on Instagram. Let Koiki see it. I'm doing very well. Bomb bastard all over the place. And you think that is a society that all our old women are brought to Kokun Foundation headquarters, and they will say, oh yeah, no, you can't take two sugar. Mama, sugar ekonle mamu, ema mo meji, àwọn ero pon nita. Màmá ẹni àwọn ọmọ tó pọ̀ ẹ má àti wà live lórí Instagram ẹ má tún sọ yẹn bí mo ti ṣàlàyé fún nǹkan tó wọlé pé méjì lè máa mú. That is what is playing out with all this criminal NGO that set up all over Yoruba land. As if the one in Lagos State can solve the one in... Since he has started his project, I don't think I've seen him in Ijebu-Ode in my local government. Fidipote. I've not seen Cocoon Foundation because he doesn't care. But the true born of Ijebu people that we are, I mean, so when we go now for Judioba, we look after them. Then we abandon them, we come back again next year. I do not want that kind of society. I want a society where everybody will be looked after. That we can assure them that in the currency of the Yoruba currency, they will receive 200,000, even if we cannot add to the one that the British are giving their citizens. Even though the British has cut it down as well. Those that gave birth to multiple children enjoy it. But only 2 of your children will be given benefit known as child benefit. But not that the rest that you give birth to will not be taken care of. They will still get free school. Koda, the Labour government said they will give free school meal. And don't come and tell me about that criminal Yemi Osibajo feeding children in the school. They are all criminal. Just sit down, take picture, take picture, take picture. The democracy is fragile. Don't let Koiki talk about it. Oh yeah, take picture. I'm eating with them. Take picture, take picture. And they use that to deceive every one of us. Economic summit. Hey, clinical summit. We are going to Davos. Criminal people in Davos. So they will fly people to Davos as if that is helping you. So when you hear the word, the second largest Africa economy, run, because that has been part of the fraud. I want to have a Yoruba economy that we have brilliant people giving us statistics to work with us, helping to push an economy of Yoruba land as it has been done before. If we can do it during that era of the regional government, we can do it better in the technology days that we have today. But if you're still one of the Yorubas with that your barber shop, we no get air condition, that the fan, each time I go to Lagos and I look at that your Lagos and I look at that barbering salon and I'm trying to remember the one that my friend that has an acne and I'm looking at yours and I'm thinking, what the hell am I doing here? It's because the government refused to support small scale businesses. You saw the video I did this afternoon. You haven't seen it. That's not my business. Follow me back to back. You will have seen that video if you do. For those of you on Twitter, they're working on it. They're editing it. It will be on Twitter very soon. Also remember, it's a media platform. I am not your blogger. I am not your vlog. I am not the ones that are doing blogging. I love them. I sit down and watch them. So we are a journalist, a media organization that also asks for support. And it is voluntary. So I'm going to ask my backup team, or my back end team rather, to put our account details and let's do justice into those accounts. And for those of you that are supporting us on a daily basis, continue to do so. I will not just say, may God bless you more. It will prosper us together so that when we arrive at the destination, I don't have to come on the social media and ask for money. I will then know what to do Yoruba land to make money. Okay? Legit. Not like the one that criminals are doing today, because we don't know which is clean money. We don't know whether Adeleke money is clean. We don't know whether Chizobo money is clean. We don't know whether E-money money is clean. Don't come and tell me their money is clean. No. In Nigeria, all the money is blood money. Everybody just spend blood money. You know, drug. Oh yeah, open restaurant, open bar, open hotel, open, and you guys like hotel because that's where you do your shenanigans. So every money is just going. So as of today, there is no clean money in Nigeria. Ritualist money. So sometimes they'll give you 50,000. By the time you look at your pocket, you have spent it to 10,000. It's ritualist money. Ritualist money. So you better know that some of the money that you have in your pocket, from the government to the local government to the people on the street, it is all blood money. For Boko Haram jihadist insurgency in the north, to the escalating conflict between the farmers and the patorists, a growing piracy crisis in the Gulf of Guinea, and the newly embodied Igbo self-determination, Nigeria under the presidency of a retired criminal, that Tinubu knows that this is not a general. He was trained in Sandos here in UK. They knew what they were telling them when they were training them, that you go back to Nigeria and do coup d'etat, okay? Don't let democracy to work. Go kill them, and that is exactly what they've done. All these bastard military, and they now think that in 21st century, you will just use that your uniform. Look, if you wear that uniform, we go wear that same uniform with you. I bet you on that. We go wear that same uniform, and we will do what needs to be done without announcing that on social media. Because Boko Haram are wearing that same uniform, and Nigerians are confused on the road. Because when they travel from Lagos, going to their hometown in Anambra, going to the Hausa people, going to Ekiti, a military man will flag up and say, stop. And as a citizen of a country that is not a country that we've told them, they think that that military uniform is secure, they will stop. And before you know, they will then walk them to the bush. And those people will be wondering, why did you even stop in the first place? This is what Nigeria created, is a fragile democracy. So Tinubu did not create it. Tinubu did not create it. It is just that Tinubu is stupid to have allowed himself to be used as the last straw for the messed up country called Nigeria. 6:30, it is still a live transmission on Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Remember to follow us on all our platforms. Also, www.Koikimedia International News, where right now, I've decided not to allow advert to go on it from Google, so that when you click on it, you will not be disturbed with so many adverts. Like we had the Koikimedia before. We have upgraded it now. We still have the Koikimedia.com. If you want to know anything about Yoruba Nation, you don't need to look for me. Just go on the Koikimedia.com. You will find every articles, every videos you need to talk about, everything you need to know about Yoruba Nation, you will find it there. And if you are still not sure, because some of you, you are very difficult people, you can find me wherever you can find me by sending me a message or by calling me, and I'll explain to you what Yoruba Nation. And I don't want you to come here and say, can we talk about setting up a Yoruba political party in Nigeria? Can we set up a party system? Bomb bastard. Don't come and tell me that, because myself and Igboho will never listen to you, okay? Even if you go behind me and talk to Igboho, he called me today. We spoke already today. I'm not telling you what we talk about, okay? Bomb bastard. So come and say, Igboho, we are in separate political party. Criminals. We don't need that, okay? And Igboho and myself, we will make sure that this movement will not end without a Yoruba Nation coming out of it. That I can guarantee anybody. Myself and Igboho, we will make sure that this movement must end with a Yoruba Nation country coming out of it. Not me, but by the power and the will of our Eledumare. And like I said to you, I am just 6 hours, 30 minutes away from any one of you. Inshallah. Lashedumare. Buhari, that was dead. He tried it first time. Olule. He thought he could do it again with Tunde Bakari. Otulule. I don't know whether he tried it with Dele Momodu. He tried Lule. Tinubu now say, come, let's teach you politics. We Yoruba are more intelligent than every one of you. Yes, I am proud to say that. Let the Igbo tell you the same thing on their own. We are not one anyway. We are very proud people and highly intelligent. But it's just that the intelligence today is being used by stupid people among us, thinking that they can save Nigeria with their stupidity and their idiotic bomb bastards. People like Wale Edun and Cardoso. Look at Cardoso's head. It's already going, even though his head, you don't get anything inside. But you can see that it's having. Let them all sit together with Babaki Toye. 2 years before Nigeria independence, they were drafting the CBN policy. Even though everything in there was by our colonial masters, known as Britain. Your constitution, now then draft them. Latin constitution. I've talked about all these, okay? If you're just new to me, you're saying, who is this guy? Why is this one talking like this? Blah, 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 blah. Okay? Okay? So don't come and give me all these, Look, Britain is just laughing at every one of us. That when you are ready, you will break that kola nut and everybody will take the one that belongs to them and we will go. But because we are not doing that, we are paying them royalties because some of us are enjoying it here, while some of you are struggling. But we would then struggle here, we would then be working hard. You would now receive money from us. Not all of you, because some of you are comfortable, but it's blood money. Buhari was now brought in 2015. Even Obama, you know Obama, Barack Obama, that told us that Jonathan government must go indirectly and directly. You remember the wife, Michelle, bring back the criminals all over the place. Was Jonathan himself good? He was a drunk. We were told that Jonathan will drink and he will not remember whatever they told him from the beginning of the day until tomorrow morning. A drunkard. So they took advantage. They opened the vault. Reno was taking money. Abati taking money. Every one of them, they were sharing money. Billions and billions of naira was gone. So don't come and tell us that Tinubu is the problem, okay? But Tinubu decided that out of his own selfish interest, he went and bring in Buhari because he thought that Buhari no book. Because Buhari said he didn't have school start. So I'm surprised when people say we are looking for Tinubu certificate. Did Buhari bring any certificate? Buhari no get certificate. So they cook and cook. So Tinubu said to Buhari, come, let me teach you how politics is done. You have done it. You say, we look on. You will look on. So let me give you how you do it now that Yoruba people will love you. First, I will give you a tailor, a Yoruba tailor. He will put agbada on you. The moment they see agbada, they're not going to be seeing that military face on you anymore. So they went to tailor. Say, no, don't use the one from the north. That one, Ababariga, you know, the APC chairman, Ganjuje. No, we don't want that. Our own tailor, they put nice material. They give you cap. When you come Lagos, they're going to see Buhari, a Yoruba man. They're not going to see Buhari, a criminal, monster, evil man. So Buhari came in for 8 years. Yes, Tinubu has done only 1 year. So let's add the 1 year to Buhari. It's 9 years government. Bomb bastard, Tinubu. You have done 9 years automatically because you facilitated, you paid for Buhari, but you are now telling us that no Kaba owns you. We know that because you stole so much from Lagos that no Kaba must own you because you told us in Osun State during your visit before the election to a sitting royal majesty that law. You said so. You disrespected the stool of the Yoruba people. But do we blame them? We blame you because you infiltrated every tradition rulers. And the one that doesn't want to accept you, you bypass. How Akaribo, our own father, decided to give a chieftaincy to another monster called El-Rufai that many of Yoruba people should be worried about. They are not worried though. They are not concerned. They are concerned about Lagos. Bomb bastard. Bomb bastard. You are concerned about Lagos while El-Rufai is preparing for how he will take Lagos from every one of you. Idiots all over the place. Bomb bastard. How did Akaribo, our king, gave El-Rufai a chieftaincy title? Because they are already grooming him as well. Just as they prepare Buhari. So if Tinubu continue or do not continue, the agenda is Tinubu must hand power back to the North. But the North are not patient. They have already, their body, they itch them. Tinubu only 1 year. They do this. Dangote, they peace for body. Have you ever seen Dangote coming out, doing back-to-back media interview? When Dangote now realized that, you know what then happened? Dangote now told us that in Malta, that Tinubu was your son, or your nephew, that they blend crude oil. Tinubu has said, so now that game you won't play with me. We go play them together. But Dangote can say, Tinubu, I gave you 100 million for the land. Remember, Tinubu now say, oh yeah, remove all your projects. That is the fight going on between Tinubu and Dangote today. They are now telling Dangote, can you still remove the part and remove everything and take it back to the North? So Dangote is now singing whether the video song and is mixing it with the Paul Okoye song and is adding some, because he must add Hausa because everybody's now defending themselves. And that is playing out. You know why? It's a fragile democracy. We have all been living on an illusion country. An illusion country that we thought that, oh, Dangote project, oh, Richard go to work there. Dangote say, no, you can't work there. Which job? Let me first sort out the people from India. They brought in people from India to work there. And I saw one woman today on Daily Momodu. That one is good at that because he has been paid for the job. You know, he's a media guy. They pay him up front because he said that media is not free, just like I'm telling you. So a woman on Daily Momodu page today said, look at this project. Look at this project. This project, everybody. Dangote employ everybody. Dangote employ people that are lesbian and gay. Bomb bastard. You understand? So, but what they did not tell every single one of us is that it is a fragile democracy. A fragile disunity democracy that everybody is looking for peace. Oh, we're gonna find peace. Oh, we must find peace. We must be united. Are you Manchester United? Are you Manchester United that you want to unite? Even Manchester United and Arsenal, they hate each other that even if you want to buy player from Arsenal to Man U, the fans will say, no, we are not buying. Are you not part of the fans of the Manchester and Arsenal? You know they fight each other. Oh, Chelsea. How do you guys fight just because of football? Bomb bastard, every single one of you. You all fight and people kill each other in Nigeria. We have witnessed it. Especially the Premier League that they are not going to give you. I wonder some of you, you will never get the visa to come and watch it live. But you are fighting because of Premier League. You are now telling indigenous people not to fight because of what we believe in that is our true identity. You are all bomb bastards. And I add S to the back. Shout out to my beautiful mother. I spent a very beautiful evening with her. We had a lot of conversation. There are some few things that she brought back from Africa because Benin is Africa. I love them. You know, I can't tell you everything. Oh, I love all the things she brought, and nice things. So I don't have to be in Nigeria, okay, before I eat anything from Africa. I still have about 5 people that are on the ground that if I say, can, they will bring it down, okay? And moreover, if they're not bringing it, I can walk into the local shop and buy it. Oju afọ̀fọ̀tán ìjà ló ń dálẹ̀ òun lọ̀rọ̀ Dangote. Between Dangote and Tinubu, they are now releasing statement back to back. As Dangote, they release press statement. Tinubu Bayo Nanuga, that old man, the one where they fight Peter Obi like bastard on social media. That Agbalagba. Because he's doing his job to protect his boss. There's nothing wrong in that. Okay? Reno did the same thing while Jonathan was there. So don't be worried about all that. It is just part of the fragile country. Nigeria is so fragile. And it's going to an end. How soon? I don't know. But we are here to remind you that the country is going to an end. Thumbs up now. Please click and hand on the thumbs up. Just come out of the comment section and thumbs up. I will not mention the names, but we appreciate every single one of you. But let me first say thank you to those that are watching me, spending a lot of money from every part of Nigeria. And I'm getting the Hausa say, Kanta Dedi. Have you heard they say? Ranka Dedi. Koikimedia. Danko Dedi. I get some few Hausa people where they send me message. We don't get voice, but your voice, you dey hear am for here. Sometimes no dey hear what you dey talk about, but I know say as you dey shout, they scream like that. The thing they boom. Tell you, but we not give up because they won't kill him. Our people won't kill him. They're telling us that. You think I'm joking? Now, Buhari was there from 2015, facing mounting crisis that he set up himself. Those security issues are in addition to a series of other problems. People think that it's only security problem that is in Nigeria. Sometimes they are faceless problem. We have multiple different problems. Some of those problems are also faceless. Sorry about that, those of you here. I know the sun is very beautiful out there. It's a strong energy. I love the sun. And that's the reason why, we're trying to manage it, especially those of you right here. It looks like it's coming directly to your faces, but bear with me. If I'm going to have to move you around, I will see in a minute, but bear with me if that is too much for you. If it's not too, I can't even see the comment from there. So, I can't see comment. Let me just say hi. I don't know. I can't see comment, All right. but people don't comment. I could comment now and it's there. They just have to look at me. Maybe they're spy from Tinubu's side. So let's continue quickly because it's a 3 hours program as usual, and I've done 1 hour 30 minutes so far. Those security issues are in addition to a series of other problems, including rising levels of poverty. Violent crime is normal. Corruption amid an increased sense that the central government, listen to this, the central government, where is the central government? The central government is not in Lagos. But I understand that people think that they can use Lagos to bounce the ball back and left and right. Look, it's because we are still in one Nigeria. So, as much as I would have loved to say, don't go and destroy Lagos, but each time I want to think like that, I realize that it's a divide and rule game by the pastor. So Obasa, a criminal, you want me to be fighting the evil, the genuine ones, because of your own selfish bastard that we told you that go to Lagos Assembly. You are the speaker. You've been there for only God knows how long. Why not bring up a bill about Yoruba nation? You refuse to. So you are now thinking that Koikimedia will say, hey, okay, I've been told that it's Awujale and not Akarigbo. Thank you so much, for pointing that. It is Akarigbo. It's in, I think that one is Ekiti. It's Awujale. Thank you so much. Awujale gave El Rufai a monster terrorist waiting in command for another, like they've done with Buhari. But we're not going to allow that. And we pray every one of you will come together with ourselves so that we can shut down Nigeria peacefully. I don't like violence. I love peace everywhere. Not peace. I don't like violence at all. But they play violence with us. We must also think about what we're going to do. So, now, the central government in many places is struggling to govern. Every Monday, you say that the sit at home is not working. If they burn your papa well, go to the southeast on Monday and try to say, Akarigbo is Ekiti. Thank you so much for the update. So I'll mix that up. So it was Awujale that gave Akarigbo is, okay, I'm getting confused now. Akarigbo is in Remo. So not Ekiti, Remo. But Awujale was the one that gave El Rufai the title and not Akarigbo. Akarigbo is in Remo, just to make sure that, who are listening to this do not get confused. And thanks so much for that as well. Akarigbo is Remo, while Awujale was the one that gave, it has never happened in all its tenure. Whether it's Tinubu that convinced Baba, I don't know. But I hope the decision they made will not affect us in the near future. We must take note of that. All of which has prompted a dear warning. Dear, D-I-R-E. Let's get an English dictionary for dear. What is the meaning of that word? Okay, let's increase my mic speaker here.
Dire.
Dire.
Dire. Dire.
Extremely serious or urgent. So 2 years ago, this English journalist known as Peter Beaumont said, and I quote, every part of Nigeria, it has prompted what we can call extremely serious, urgent warnings. Extremely serious, urgent warning. What are the warnings? There might be a protest that they will use to rob Lagos. There might be a protest that might shut down Southwest, but they will leave the Southeast open. I don't know. I'm just trying to see why we should be worried 2 years ago that we are now more concerned about it today. As if everybody do not know that something is brawling, something is cooking. It's just that it is until the flame comes out, the people will be asking, what is burning in that house? Everybody knows that the country has been sitting on the keg of gunpowder. Politicians have used that word. Analysts have used that word. So why is it that today we are all concerned? I'm even told that there's another Oba Igbomina in Kwara that gave Buratai another chieftaincy's award. I'm asking, are we all saying that what is about to play out today is new to us? What is the reason why we did not understand that the warnings from some observers about the state of Nigeria democracy? America has every report that you can think of about Nigeria. But tell them, let us break up Nigeria. They will tell you that we can manage together. As if that managing will not bring chaos, problem, protest, death, bleeding, economic damage, and so many things. But because America is worried about many other problems that is happening around the world, and they are not a state police, we don't need them to declare Yoruba country. We need them to just look at what is happening in Nigeria, but they know more than you and me. Everything I'm talking right here, America has every part of the world that they have people working to monitor everything happening. They think that they are the new police. They must police the whole world. But what we are saying is that we want to be friends, but not through in Nigeria. We want to be friends with them as an independent country called Yoruba country. One of the bleakest was the analyst, and this is the one I've been looking for, Robert Rothberg and John Campbell. I've been looking for this, and I'm going to put that up because he has also referenced to them. They talked about a failed country called Nigeria. But many Nigeria think that when you say Nigeria is a failed country, they want to attack you. They want to say, no, shut up. Stop talking like that. Who are you to tell us Nigeria is a failed country? Is it because you are living in Europe? Why not come back home? Let us protest together. Bomb bastard. Did I tell you I want to protest? I don't want to protest. We want to rally for Yoruba self-determination, and that is not the right time now. So we allow you to go and do what you want to do. But like I said, end bad government is as same thing as end Nigeria to some of us. One of the bleakest was the analyst that I'm going to read quickly after this. The reason why I've done so much analysis, so the next one I'm just going to read it through without not too much analysis around it, so that you can grasp it, and then I might help you to break it down to a smaller particle. For those of us that are very struggling with English, probably like, this guy started again. We are Yorubas. We don't want you to speak in English. We know that is a platform. I will summarize as much as I can in Yoruba towards the end of the program. Not that we don't value Yoruba, but when I tell you sometimes that I want to speak in English, I am massing message because I have my colleagues around the world that want to listen as well. One of the bleakest was the analysis delivered by Robert Rothberg and John Campbell, two prominent U.S. academics. I don't need them to tell me about Nigeria because Babakitoye is more academic than them. But because we are people that doesn't appreciate who we are and our people. So why would you want to listen to Babakitoye? But you might want to listen to the analysis of Robert Rothberg. Why would you want to listen to Bishop Adesina? Since it's not like English. But you forget that the Yorubas are well-read, and they know much better. Why would you not want to listen to Fatai Ogunribido? Fatai Ogunribido, many of you might not know him, the secretary of the Yoruba World Media. We've known each other for over 15 years plus. And at the beginning of that 15 years, he told me that Nigeria is not a country. I didn't even ask why, because I was not interested. That was about 15 years ago. He worked in the Punch newspaper. He's done so much before he came to this country. But how he was able to know that Nigeria was not a country then still amazed me. Two prominent U.S. academics, the latter, one former ambassador to Nigeria. So you think that a former ambassador to Nigeria, I am not talking about Katrina Lang that told you to go and get your PVC and vote, as if that was going to help every single one of you. Eventually, that failed. And the reason why it failed is because Katrina Lang knew that the agenda to vote in 2023 was to stop the Biafra nation from popping up. And that is why she never cared at one single point to see Nnamdi Kanu. Imagine a British diplomat, the highest in the country, and a British citizen In Nigeria, Katrina Lang did not want to see Nnamdi Kanu because he knew that Nnamdi Kanu was doing something that was against their wish. One was the former ambassador to Nigeria in an essay for foreign policy in May that attracted considerable debate. That debate is what we're doing today. Nobody wants to see weapons killing each other. But the politicians think that they're not going to listen. And the Nigerians say, okay, you're not going to listen? We'll pump on the street. Kill us, we do what we need to do. Oh, some now say, no. Don't bring all that wahala to Southwest. And I keep asking them, is Southwest now a Southwest Yoruba nation or Southwest Nigeria? Nigeria has long teetered on a precipice of failure. On this platform, we like to break things down. Not that, some of you are not well read, but for people like me and the small people who don't understand, English too much, we tend to do what we call
Precipice.
Papa Romeo Echo Charlie India Papa India Charlie Echo.
Precipice.
A very steepy rock face or cliff, especially a tail one. So when people ask the word precipice, what does it mean? A precipice is a very steep cliff on a mountain. If you say that someone is on the edge of a precipice, you mean that they are in a dangerous situation in which they are extremely close to disaster or failure. So Nigeria too are on precipice. I don't know why the reason why they put this big grammar is because that is the way they can explain it. But for me now, I have to break it down in particles. So let's take a couple of things from there. So we are now told that Nigeria has long, that's in 1914. It's like long something. We are all managing it. We are manage. But theory on a precipice. Now, the word precipice, let's understand that word precipice. Bear with me in a minute. Let's now get the word precipice. The word precipice. Let's try to understand that word precipice. What does it mean? The word precipice. Like I said to you, the word precipice is coming up with two important things that I want us to take home, even if you do not understand everything I've said so far in the last 1 hour, 43 minutes. Precipice is something that is dangerous. When something is dangerous, what do you do to stop it? That's number one. A dangerous situation. So that means Nigeria has been we Nigerians, let me use that phrase. We Nigerians have been in a dangerous country for 63 years. Dangerous country. Not 2 years ago, for 63 years. Precipice. In which we are extremely, every one of us, including Koiki, close to disaster or failure. The question now is, what do you think we should do? I'm waiting for your comments. Every Nigerian, even those of you with your foreign passport that you've been able to achieve through birth or through nationalization, if you say that someone is on the edge of a precipice, you mean that they are in a dangerous situation in which they are, the word extremely itself, when people use that word extremely close to disaster or failure. This is what Babakito is concerned about, that is giving him sleepless nights. This is what Igboho is worried about, and millions of others that are involved. George Akinola in 2017 told us that Nigeria is the impediment to all our problems. The day that we stop being known as Nigeria, that is the day that the future will be brighter for us. But how do we explain to you is the reason why we are doing this on a daily basis. But we are now being challenged by others of the criminal Yoruba politicians, confusing you that we can remain in one Nigeria through regional government, through restructured country, without leaving Nigeria. So what they are saying is that let's remain in Nigeria so that we can continue to be raped by the criminals that are creating terrorism, by the criminals that are creating fake products. We know them. We know them. There's no doubt about it. Everybody knows who is who in Nigeria. That the criminals that are using human for rituals, we know them. I don't want to be in that country. And I'm sure those of you in Nigeria right now do not also want to be. But your argument is that, oh, it's because we have bad leaders. So we are now going to end bad government. So when we end the bad government, so we will now bring a new Nigeria like Peter Obi. Nah, we don't want that. Because the world itself, look, there's nothing wrong on our territory. It's a fertile place, very buoyant. Look, another thousand years, we cannot extract everything underneath the soil of our resources. And maximum 200 years, everyone watching this broadcast will be dead. So why should I now allow that name to exist is what you need to fight with me together. Because since we know that we are not going to be here forever, why not let us fight it now and stop it now so that we all can enjoy it together. And then the next generation would then even have a buoyant opportunity, and they might not have to run for business center schools in university in UK and the rest of the world. They can go around the world. It's a beautiful place. I want Yoruba nation children to go and represent us at the Olympic, as America is participating in every sport being played at the Olympic. Japan, the same thing. France, the same thing. I want us to compete against our neighbors, the Hausa nation and the Biafra nation, and we can start talking about how many gold we have together. I don't want to be in a country that does not have a sheer value. I want to be in a country that we can stop that precipice before we can even think about it. You will not be able to stop the disaster in Nigeria today. You will not be able to stop it. And if you try to, it will be a problem for you. I'm on a live show now, Princess. How are you?
Hello, Dad.
You okay? Don't stop calling me because I'm using my phone for the broadcast. You're right. I love you. So don't call again, okay? Sorry about that. So right now, the country democracy is fragile. Not because of Tinubu. It's just that Tinubu is stupid not to have listened to us, especially Babakitoye. Babakitoye knows him better than himself. But he thinks it's Jagaban. And he thinks that he can go and turn things around. But he did not realize that Nigeria was sitting on the cliff of a mountain. If you go to Abeokuta, for those of us that have been to Olumorok, as much as it's a beautiful view when you get to the top, For those of us that managed to get to the last stop, or if you have been to Zuma Rock, but I'm not in North, so I'm using Abeokuta as an eye mark. Imagine now, as you are getting closer to the edge of that mountain and you are not stopped, what do you think you want to do? Have you got voodoo to do magician? Because the cliff of the mountain is where Nigeria is right now. We are currently in a dangerous situation, not because of Tinubu. And I'm not going to be saying, oh, it's not because I support Tinubu. I don't care whether Tinubu support or not support. It's not what I'm saying. The country has been sitting on the edge, and Britain knows this. Why Britain is not saying anything is because they say that we have given independence. We should go and resolve our problem ourselves. But it was a lie cooked to every citizen of Yoruba people, every citizen of Hausa people, every citizen of the Biafra, and the rest of the people that wants to remain as an independent country. Rather, they say, no, let us remain one block. But we are all under a very dangerous situation. So don't blame yourself if things have gone the other way around in your life in that messed up country. Don't think that Fela Drotoye, that I interviewed, that told us that he wanted to be president, and now realize that, oh my God, the accident, the incident in the UK today is getting very, 2 children died. Sorry, I have to, go and look at the breaking news that is just popping up. 2 children have already died. Wow. A boy of 17 arrested after 2 children has been killed and 9 injured. What could have gone wrong? In Southport, that is the breaking news coming out just now. Police have actually declared a major incident in Southport after a report of stabbings that we are now getting the latest update that 2 children have died. Wow. 2 children died and 9 injured. 2 children have died and 9 others are injured. Police have confirmed, according to the Chief Constable Serena Kennedy, says 6 of the children are still in a very critical condition and all those injured have suffered stab wounds. 2 adults are also in critical condition after being injured, she adds. She repeats the news we heard earlier that a 17-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of murder. She said he is from the Banks area, but originally from Cardiff. She described how officers were shocked when they arrived at the scene, finding several children have been subjected to ferocious attack. That is what you all are going through in Nigeria every day, that we are trying to solve. What I have just read right now is what you, me, yourself, the next person, all Nigerians are going through, but we are all living in denial, trying to fix the problem rather than break the problem and allow every region to go their separate ways. And this is what many of you need to understand. So I pray for the 2 children that have died in this very ferocious attack. And this is the reason why we are saying to you all, the danger that we are currently in Nigeria today will consume every one of us. It will consume every one of us. If we are planning to be stupid, and I know we're not stupid, we are highly intelligent Yorubas and others. But because we are playing to the gallery of the West, telling us that everything is fine in Nigeria, we are just going through anything that any other country is going through right now. That is a lie. The West are good at manipulating things a lot. That is a big lie. So I'm using this opportunity to plead with us all that this is not the time to play. We are in a very serious situation in the fragile democracy of Nigeria. And it is about to consume every one of us if we play into the gallery today. It can be stopped only if we want it to. It can be stopped only if we want it to. But if we are trying to be panky, we want to have one leg in Nigeria because of our love or sentiment for something in there, your property will remain your property. Your land that you bought will remain yours. Everything that belongs to you still remain yours inside the territory. The only major thing that will change to start with is the name called Nigeria. We are not going to bear Nigeria anymore. Are you not even excited to be bearing something that reflects you and me? Are you not excited that the name that we are talking about, whether you want the Yoruba nation, Yoruba kingdom, we can all decide that when we pull out through whatever means that the interim government will bring out, a temporary government. But the problem that you want to save a name that is already precipice is what gives me sometimes headache. But you're not worried now because the BB brother is out now, where somebody will win 100 million with an SUV. Do you know that that is just like a chicken change to some of the young millionaires around the world today? And for those of us that are not young millionaires, for 3 years, I've not owned an official car myself in this country. For 3 good years. And that has not stopped me from operating as I wish to. I can rent a car. I can lease a car for the day, for the week. But I do not have. You know why? Because the system is so good that I can do as much as I want to within the transportation system, even up to the early hours. And I've proved that with many of my broadcasters. Sometimes I go on the bus. I've done a night bus with you from Heathrow Airport up to Trafalgar Square. I'm sure some of you remember that broadcast. Not that I can't get an Uber or get a taxi, but I just wanted us to understand that while we show you all these bit and bit, is that that is what a true nation stands for. But if you're one of the Yorubas that is thinking that it's because of me you are upset with Yoruba nation, you are stupid. I'm sorry to say that. Because you should not be upset about me because I did Japa about 2 decades ago. Because the future of the democracy was not there for my mom to have wanted to live in Nigeria. Because the democracy that they were practicing prior before she left was a messed up democracy. And we were told lies that there will be Hope 93. But behind the scene, the West knew that MK Abiola was never going to be the president of Nigeria. They knew. The international community knew that no way we will give MK Abiola to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But yet, he went further to do whatever he was meant to do according to the electoral law. Campaign, did everything, and people voted for him. And Babangida says no, because the West told Babangida not to, including Obasanjo. So today, fast forward after the death of MK Abiola, it is because that country have sat on
Precipice.
If you say that someone is on the edge of
Precipice.
you mean that they are in a dangerous situation in which they are extremely close to disaster or failure. Why would somebody, Kekemarua, be taken from him and he end up being by? because I'm trying to avoid the word that is meant to be the English one so that the algorithm of YouTube doesn't pick that. Have you thought about it? Do you know that how many times my car has been taken away and I've gone to take it back without any fight, but I have to pay for the removal of the vehicle from where I parked it illegally? So the country is sitting on
Precipice.
So let's move swiftly. 2 hours into the program, probably about an hour, to see how far I can go. And if I can add extra, I will let you know. I might open the phone line at the last hour and see whether you can add yours, but please do not call in at the moment. So I'm going to just go straight into what we know that was written by Robert L. Rothberg, a founding director of the Harvard and Kennedy School program, and also John Campbell, a senior fellow at the Council on the Foreign Relations and a former U.S. ambassador. Their own article has been out as well for a very long time. And this is how it goes. Again with the headline, Nigeria is a failed state. It is not because of Tinubu that Nigeria is a failed state, but it's good that everybody is taking advantage because he's a stupid man that doesn't want to listen. He thinks he's a very smart Jagaban or Bodilon. He himself will have been given a lot of files and information prior before now that Nigeria is a failed state. So how he wanted to fix a failed state is what we are still looking and asking, because he knew that Nigeria was sitting on
Precipice.
So whatever Tinubu wanted to protect or whatever he wanted to gain, he would have to face the consequence from the youth of Nigerians that are trooping out in the next couple of days. That is if they do so. If they don't do so, it doesn't stop our own campaign. But we won't come out because that is not how we will do ours, by saying we're going out for protest to end bad government. There's nothing to end about the government because you cannot have a government when you don't have a country. So Nigeria was never a country. So where are you expecting the government to come from? Why not fight for Yoruba country, Biafra country, Arewa country, and others that wants to pull out? And we can then go and fight the government if they are not doing the needful. Some of you that have never even have access to your House of Rep members through what they call surgery, and I'm not talking about operation, like here in UK. If you have issues with the local London borough, the next first person you should be contacting on a free service to meet them or her are the MP, Member of Parliament. We vote them in. We can even recall them back. I know that that's part of what you're saying, the electoral reform. What do you want to reform in a country that is not ours? Okay, if you reform it, Tinubu reform it, then another Fulani comes in and then unbundle it. So you will go back again and protest, and then you will then use that to destroy Lagos again. Is that the whole plan? So every 4 years. Oh, so you think that if they reform the electoral, they cannot still rig the election? Is that what you're saying? Why is your mumu never do? The first step to restoring stability and security is recognizing that the government has lost control. Tinubu did not lose the control of the country. The country lost control since the fraudulent amalgamation that led to a fraudulent regionalism, that led to the breakup of regionalism, that led to multiple military coups, that everybody just wants to be a stakeholder in the country that is not theirs. The Igbos doesn't own Yoruba land. Neither do the Yoruba owns the Southeast. The Southeast does not own the North. Neither does the North owns the Southeast. But the North has sucked the South part of the country with so much of the oil wealth. Likewise, same vice versa, in every way you can think about it. Why not all just go separate and let us go and manage whatever we have? Because we were managing all that we have before the amalgamation. So what is it that we are concerned and worried about? That, oh, we will lose the oil wealth that was given to Alakija. That is the reason why Alakija is not going to support us. Because she doesn't want to lose our oil wealth that Babangida gave her for free without paying any amount. But the true ownership of the people, the true owners, or the true ownership that owns that oil wealth are suffering. But Alakija will now say, don't worry, I will do philanthropist work to that area. Let's give it back. And let's face the one that we own within our own side. And then stop those agendalists or those that have agenda as if they own Yoruba land. They don't own it. And like I said, the future means that if anybody thinks that they will come and attack us or want to take our land, we will fight them with our government, and I will be ready to take arms at that point if the Yoruba government needs me. Just as every worker in Israel is trained to be snipers and kill to defend Israel. But the first thing is to pull out of Nigeria. They pull out of Nigeria, but you cannot control the other indigenous people on your land today. Until we pull out, we can stop them and we can control them on how we want them to operate on our land. But many of us seems that you will keep your Lagos, but when anything erupts, you will tell those that are paying tax in Lagos State, that are operating businesses in Lagos State, because you are thinking that they have an agenda to hijack Lagos from you, because it seems that you are only thinking about Lagos, as if Lagos is the only Yoruba land. So what about the other part of Yoruba land? The Ondo State, the Kogi, Kwara, Ekiti, Osun, and Oyo State, and Ogun State. Are they not part of Yoruba land anymore? So you better start thinking and thinking very, very fast. Because for as long as Lagos remain part of Nigeria, operation of Lagos will be part of what Igbos will love to involve in. If we have a Yoruba country, doesn't mean they cannot involve, but it will be a different thing entirely. And that's a fact. Because most of them operate outside Nigeria. And I'm sure they are not using the Nigerian mentality to operate wherever they are living right now. But since we are all one in the contraction that British created for us, you can't stop them. This article first came out in 2021. That's 3 years before Tinubu. But it's part of the APC that Tinubu is also involved. So if you're saying that the democracy that Tinubu is operating today is fragile, you are crazy. You're stupid. Tinubu is just part of it. But Jonathan was involved, another criminal bastard. Yaradua, he died. They hid his body. Buhari did the same thing. Obasanjo did the same thing. And many during the military coup. So don't come and give us the feeling that Tinubu is the one that destroyed democracy in Nigeria. The democracy of Nigeria was already destroyed prior before President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And like we said earlier, Nigeria is just a precipice of failure. And I've explained that enough. I don't have to go back into it. If you don't know the meaning of precipice, I can help you this time. But now, unable to keep its citizens safe and secure, that two words, do you think that Tinubu would have been able to keep us safe because he's a Yoruba man? Maybe that's what some of the Yoruba people are thinking. Oh, he's now president. He can keep us safe. But rather than Tinubu keeping us safe, we have found ourselves to be more in danger. There have been more kidnapping of Yoruba people. We are not safe. We are not secured. Economic-wise, we are not secured. Everything in Yoruba land today, Tinubu could not protect us from the bomb blast that occurred on the 16th of January in Ibadan. It failed. Because as much as you don't have a governor, that one is a bomb bastard, Seyi Makinde. If you're thinking you have a governor, he's not. Tinubu should have used the DSS that is now sniffing around like a sniffer dog, looking for the faceless protesters. So now the DSS can tell us that they can tap a line and hear people talking, but they cannot tap the line of a Boko Haram Fulani terrorist operating within Nigeria. I hope some of you understand what you are thinking. That people that wants to protest don't have the right to protest because they're going to destroy one part of Lagos. Are the Lagosians not part of people that have been kidnapped by terrorists? Have the Lagos not been part of the people like Koko Zaria that decided to break a bottle on an innocent Nigerian that is a Yoruba man? Intimidation. How many do we need to start talking about? Why are you confused? What are you confused about? It's because the citizen is no longer safe. You are not safe in Lagos. The same Lagos that you are protecting against the Igbos or the agenda of the Fulanis. Because I don't know whether you are thinking about Fulani as well, because Fulani will still attack Lagos by putting a bomb in any part of Lagos. You might say, Konishele in Jesus' name. Well, the people in Ibadan said the same thing until there was a bomb attack on the 16th of January this year, just about some 7 months ago. So, if the intelligence could not protect you in Ibadan, how do you think they're going to protect you from Lagos? You better start thinking otherwise, because like I always say, Yoruba nation is not a joke. It is the future that can defend us, because the DSS, I'm surprised now they're saying that, oh, we know we are listening. Listening to who? So if they can listen, remember that your family were being called, that we have kidnapped your daughter, but we will give you 3 days to raise 40 million. And if you don't, we kill her. And some of you raise that money and some get killed, while some are not. So the DSS could not trace those lines within Nigeria to Nigeria. But they are able to know that some machineries are coming as part of the protest. I don't know what is going on in Nigeria, but all I know is that it is just about to explode because it is fragile and everybody knows that. Once again, a very good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on what part of the world you're watching it from. This is a live transmission on the Koikimedia network discussing why Nigeria is a failed state. I'm going to take a very short, quick break, just for a few minutes, and then we'll come back again and then, look into this particular last part of the article. And then when I come back, we will then also discuss if we open the phone line or not. But for now, let us all remind ourselves that Nigeria is sitting on a very, very dangerous way. It's so dangerous that it is important that we stop it, and we stop it together. Don't leave it for Koikimedia alone. Don't leave it for Igbowo alone. Don't leave it for those of us that are doing what we need to do today. Let us all come together and do it together in one block, in one unity. A Yoruba country is not yet declared. We pray that at the appropriate time, when a Yoruba country comes out, it will look after us, it will protect us, we will be safe in a Yoruba country. Right now, nobody is safe in Nigeria. A statement by the FCDO, the Foreign and Commonwealth in UK, has now warned every British citizen traveling to Nigeria for the next couple of weeks to abandon that traveling because it's not safe. So a government is already warning their citizen, while Tinubu continue to live in denial that everything is fine and okay in Nigeria, even though Nigeria is on precipice already. The man is not, new to us, even though he died after revealing the truth, because the truth is bitter. And we hope that the truth that we are saying on this platform today, we will not die saying it. We pray the gods of the Yoruba to protect us, because the truth is very, very tough. We will live to witness together a Yoruba country. We will all live in it to be safe and protected by our government that will take care of us. Nigeria cannot take care of any single one of you. Nigeria did not take care of your forefathers. It's not even going to take care of you. Neither is it going to take care of your children. Listen to this. I'll come back again in a minute.
And the truth. And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. One or two who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They are already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They are everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria. Don't joke with what I'm saying. I have a PhD from Oxford University. I'm a central banker. We don't talk nonsense. So don't joke with what I'm telling you. I have this from the highest possible authority, higher authority of some of the commanders of the killers and Boko Haram.
You said northern governors, past or present, Dr. Badaya?
No, current. No, they said one of them is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. One of them. And they're not looking for money, they have more than enough money. In fact, he told me they just came back from...
And may soul of Malafia rest in peace. Like I always say, we are all in this together. There's so much danger in Nigeria, and it is time that we let Nigeria to dissolve finally. If we all refuse to allow Nigeria to dissolve, that means we're all sitting on that same precipice. It is not too late to support Yoruba Nation campaign. Play your part, support it in whatever means, so that we can all be free from the shackles of this. I'm going to play a video. This next one is coming from the BBC 10 years ago. 3.4 million views. And the headline says, Boko Haram on rampage in Nigeria. Let's listen to it together.
Boko Haram on the rampage earlier this year in northeast Nigeria. For the past week, the Islamist extremists have been terrorizing villages in Gwoza, near the Cameroonian border. There are reports of hundreds dead. Those that could headed to these Mandara mountains, Boko Haram fighters chasing and shooting them as they fled. I got through to a man who witnessed the recent attack on his village, Atagara. From the mountain, he told me homes were still on fire. What happened to the dead people? Have they been buried?
Once they go around with their car and dig the little grave, and then they just where the country is there, then we come to the grave.
In shallow graves?
Yes.
Can you see any soldiers?
And we are expecting soldiers to come after now, we didn't come.
Nigeria's military flying over the Sambisa forest, where Boko Haram has bases. It's where the more than 200 schoolgirls were initially taken after being abducted 8 weeks ago. This is what remains of their boarding school. The girls are still missing. But these days, Gwoza too has become a Boko Haram stronghold. I am as worried. People from Gwoza get the latest information from their relatives back home in the villages that Boko Haram has been attacking.
A lot of black and white flags installed
with Arabic writing on it, indicating that this is our headquarters, we are in control here. And other small villages, again, around, have 1 or 2 flags flying. Yes. As of now, what they believe is that this place has been carved out of Nigeria.
I love
the
that
Nigerian
part.
military says it's doing its best.
I love that part. Why Nigerians, Yoruba people, still believing that there's a country called Nigeria? Some part has already been carved out officially. This video I'm just playing on the BBC is 10 years ago. That means some of us have waited too long in this dangerous precipice. So what you're expecting me now to love Tinubu, your criminal president, and then use him to remain in Nigeria. So that way that people that want to now end bad government, I should be against them. Where are you 10 years ago when this man that is speaking says that they've already got flag? The only time I put my own flag out is like this, to indicate that we have our own temporary flag, so as it is right now. But the Boko Haram have already carved out of Nigeria. So I wonder why we sit down, we are fighting each other, and the real people have done what they need to do. They've carved out of Nigeria. They are no longer Nigerians. They are out of Nigeria. So what we should be doing now is to come out of Nigeria. But no, we don't want to come out of Nigeria. We want to remain Nigeria. We can go and fight Boko Haram. Why should we go and be fighting Boko Haram if we can protect our borders? Can Boko Haram enter UK? Can Boko Haram go to America? Can Boko Haram go to Paris? Not that they can't go, but they will not be in the numbers as we are having them on our soil. So I wonder why Yoruba people are still adamant about keeping one Nigeria, when the people that own Nigeria have carved out. The reason why they carve out is because they know that we are stupid people. We are not intelligent. We are buffoons. We are mumus. We are corrupt. We are criminals. That's the way they look at us. That if you are truly in your sense, since that we have carved out and we are using Sharia in the north, why should we be one? So why are why are you forcing yourself to be one with people that have carved out of a country? And that is why May 27, 2021, at exactly 3:18 p.m., Nigeria has long tattered on the precipice of failure. But now, we thought that it was still a precipice, but now, the citizens are no longer safe and secure. And if you say you are safe and secure, if they burn you well, travel at about 12 midnight and say you are going to Kaduna. You'll be lucky if you reach Kaduna, not by the death of Boko Haram attacking you. There will be fatal accident because you'll be driving in darkness with no light that will take you as far as you can. So you will not know that the same pothole that you would avoid in the morning because you can see it with your korokoro eyes, you will not see it. You will end up in a ditch and your motor will not be rescued for days because nobody will know that you are dead. They will think that you arrived safely in Kaduna. How many Nigerians have died on that road? And their family believe that they arrived on the other side. It was just busy and probably maybe they would never even know that he died. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So when we are here saying that we want Yoruba nation, Yoruba people are fighting us for which Yoruba nation? But listen again before we go further.
This is our headquarters. We are in
So
control here.
this is our headquarters and we are in control here. And they are still in control. And every Yoruba, they know that, especially the ones living abroad. The ones living abroad have listened to this, but they are still going to come and argue with me that, are you the people that will give us Yoruba nation? Are you the one that will lead us? And I asked them, how old was Baba Awolowo when he was fighting for independence? I'm even too late to be fighting for Yoruba nation. Because Baba Awolowo, from what we heard, started fighting the British as far back as while he was in his 30s. I am already in my 40s. So it is already late that I am fighting it because you that should fight it refuse to fight it. Those of you that are meant to fight for Yoruba nation refuse to fight it. So the ones of us that are pulling out now, all we need is just for you to come in on board as well. But they want to go and also get their national cake from Nigeria. They want to. Everybody just want their national cake. But they forgot that the national cake is better for us to be in Yoruba country where everything can work and we can be able to protect ourselves and feel safe.
Other small villages, again, around have 1 or 2 flags flying. Yes. As of now, what they believe is that this place has been carved out of Nigeria.
The Nigerian military says it's
This place has been carved out of Nigeria. Only God knows what is happening again. The siren goes, we praise nothing. Nigeria has become a fully failed state of critical geopolitical concern. And let's leave this and come out of that. There's so many. There's another one there. Who is Abubakar Shekau? Should we listen to that as well? 10 years ago, these are all.
This is Abubakar Shekau, the leader of the feared Boko Haram militant group. Little is known about the man whose gunmen abducted 200 schoolgirls from the town of Chibok in the northeast of Nigeria. Filming openly in the region is dangerous, so the BBC has travelled covertly into the north of the country and has gained exclusive access to people who knew him well. Interviews have been done anonymously, as people are too scared of reprisals. This man was a member of what became Boko Haram. He knew Shekau personally.
He's a fanatic, not well versed in Islamic law. He takes hasty decisions and is very hard line on Islamic matters. And even his former mentor was careful around him because he was not open to any form of compromise.
There's no point listening to all that, is it? It's a waste of time. We listen to Shekau from now till thy kingdom come. It won't make much difference. What makes different now is to pull out of Nigeria and stop the next Shekau that is already feeding and ready to kill me and you because of their belief system that they own us and they will do whatever needs to be done to take our land, not the Igbos alone, if that is what you're thinking. Some of you don't even know that those young ones, land, not the Igbos alone, those young ones that you have surrounding you on a daily basis, like I always call them, the sleeper cells. And the sleeper cells are more dangerous than the one that you know. We should be more concerned about the sleeper cells, but we have forgotten about the sleeper cells that we are now focusing on. Oh, don't destroy Lagos. But the one that are going to bomb Lagos, nobody's even talking about them. Just like we didn't talk about it until they bombed Ibadan, until they killed many innocent people in Owo. I'm sure those were not the Igbos, is it? Or was it the Igbo that bombed Ibadan? They are traders as well, and there are people, some of them that got affected during that bomb blast in Ibadan. But because Ibadan is different from Lagos, Lagos seems to be one special brave place that we must keep and protect. which is good. But from who? Are we keeping it from the terrorists that are already planning so much? But because we are also on top of them, and they know that, which I don't have to go into the details, you think you have governors that will protect you from the bomb of the terrorists? Is that what you're thinking? That someone who will protect you in Lagos State? But now, Nigeria is unable to keep its citizens safe and secure. Its failure matters because the peace and prosperity of Africa and preventing the spread of disorder and militancy around the globe depend on a stronger Nigeria, which is not going to happen. There will not be anything like a stronger Nigeria, because you know why? If I say to the North that the problem you are facing today, can we use technology to solve it? They'll say, no, it's even Boko Haram itself. That technology itself is Boko Haram. We don't want it. I'm sure I picked up something on the Nigerian military Twitter handle yesterday. Let's see if I can still find it if they've not pulled it down. And don't believe whenever they post, they say, oh, we neutralize 8 terrorists. As they are neutralizing 8 terrorists, remember that 300 is already inside. Oh, yeah, they might tell you they are neutralizing them, like 5 hours ago. Oh, troops neutralized 8 terrorists in a raid operation. So they neutralized 8 and like 300 is already in. Who is fooling who? Do you think that your military can protect your borders? The only thing that they will do in the next couple of days is intimidation. They've rolled out, they're currently in Eagle Square. I've seen videos of them. And I know Sanwo-Olu will roll them out to kill you for your protesting. So prepared. He did the same thing with us during the self-determination peaceful campaign rally that we held twice in 2021 and 2023. We were killed. We were shot by. Because someone who doesn't want Yoruba nation is another criminal bomb bastard Yoruba man. That is if he's even a Yoruba man anyway. Yesterday, at exactly almost 1:30 p.m., Nigerian Army at the Twitter known as X today posted, "Victory is from God alone." Do you know what that message is? Do you know that everything has to be decoded? Most of you that are Yorubas, we need to decode a lot of things between now and until we break away from Nigeria. Everything, that should be some of the job that some of you need to be doing. Because a lot of things are coming out in parables. When I saw this yesterday, I was asking myself, why did they post it? Is there something that we don't know? Victory is from God alone. What are they victorious about? What have they won that they are already saying victory is from God? That they're going to remove Tinubu from power using the protesters. Oh, you think that the military cannot plan everything that is about to play out? Oh my God. A lot is about to play out in Nigeria within the next couple of days. Victory is from God alone. So this one, which of the God? Is it the Jesus, the Christianity God, or the traditionalist God? Because we know that the Nigerian military today, they don't believe in God. They don't believe in any God. Because if they believe in God, they will not kill you during the EndSARS bomb bastard. This one I'm talking about God. When during the end SARS, you Nigerians pull out the flag of Nigeria singing the national anthem, and the same bastard military kill you, and they are now telling you victory is from God alone. Do you know that these are messages that are already needs to be decoded? I don't understand what Nigerians are thinking. So you are now thinking that you are going to hashtag end bad military that are Nigerian Boko Haram. Oh my God. We have a long way to go. Let's read some of the comments. 22 minutes ago, I think Simon Ekpa just have their time. He's been busy. 22 minutes ago. I am happy that you terrorist Nigerian military has realized that you can't defeat the people of God and the army of God, the Biafra Liberation Army. You will all go down in Biafra land. What is the scores today in the former Imo state from Abia state, Enugu? I told you earlier that there was a fight between the military and some people in Abia state. But Simon Ekpa seems to be saying that what is the score? What is the score line? So it looks like Simon Ekpa has the inside knowledge of who was fighting them, the military that wants to invade and kill them in Abia state. Let's go and read more comments. This is coming from another person, Matrix or whatever. What of a dying all? God have no hand in anyone's failure or success. What you get is relatively proportional to the work you expanded. African you or whatever this is. What a country. There was a country. Nigeria army is finished. Victory is in the battlefield. Victory is in battle. I believe you want to write field, but you put field. Fighting and protecting your country and the citizen without taking any side or supporting a particular tribe. This one says protest is fundamental human right in any democratic country. Now God, they launch missiles. This coming from a country's military. Okay, that means bandit victory is given to them by God. Nigerians, you are on your own. If you never knew, now you know. When I saw this message yesterday, I'm still trying to process it. Victory is from God alone, from a military that disrespect you, according to the report that we are still writing right now. Reading right now. Citizens are no longer safe and secure. But your Nigerian military is coming out to say, oh, victory is from God. Which of the God? Because we know that in the north, the moment they hear Christianity God, they are upset not to even talk about the traditional God. So which of the God? Is it Islamic God that they're telling us? Which God are they talking about? Which God is the military telling us? I hope this message reach far and wide. Because a lot of you don't understand that the democracy they're practicing in Nigeria is not and can never be the democracy that I am enjoying in Europe. And you will never enjoy it should we remain in that contraction called Nigeria. So let's move swiftly because of our time. Its failures matter because the peace and prosperity of Africa and preventing the spread of disorder and militancy. It is economic. Its economy is usually estimated to be the Africa's largest or second largest after South Africa, even though many of you are poor. Long West Africa hegemony. Nigeria played a positive role in promoting African peace and security. That was before the Boko Haram infiltrated them so much. With state failure, it can no longer sustain that vocation and no replacement is in sight. No replacement is in sight. Its security challenges are already destabilizing the West African region in the face of resurgency jihadism, making the battles of the Sahel that much more difficult to contain. And the spillover from Nigeria failure ultimately affect the security of Europe and United States. This is what we are saying to them. The failure of the security of Nigeria is going to bring so much disaster, massive disaster to Europe and America in the near future. And we hope they listen to us. This designation of repeated failure is not a new jack. Casual labeling usually emotive and pejorative words. Instead, it is a designation informed by a body of political theory developed at the turn of this century and elaborated upon case by case. Ever since, indeed thoughtful, Nigerians over the past decade have debated, often fervently, whether their state has failed, just like we're doing right now. As I'm saying that Nigeria is a failed state, there will still be some Nigerians that will tell you, shut up, what do you know? Nigeria is not a failed state. It's just that Tinubu is the one that is a criminal that is there. Okay, agreed. So we go and bring Peter. No. Peter Obi is not a criminal. No. Oh, we bring a new breed of Nigerians. Who are the Nigerians? Who are the Nigerians that you want to put in after the end bad government? Or the next one that will come is Tinubu must go. Or another coup d'etat. Because the military is already saying victory is only won by God or whatever. So you can see that the whole agenda of Nigeria is just not going to work. So as we are saying today, I'm asking the question, is that will be the when I open the phone line in 15 minutes to join the conversation. And those of you on Koikimedia, for you not to have interruption too much, as long as you don't have a problem that when I come live on the Koikimedia Instagram, you join and come out, we can go on OLAYOMI KOIKI. That Instagram is stable for at least 4 hours before we reboot it again. We're also live on the Twitter space. We have multiple Facebook and a YouTube channel that is called Koikimedia. And we also have the backup YouTube that is running simultaneously with it, which is known as the WD76 Media. And we also have the MixLR, because I will be closing the Koikimedia Instagram in the next 15 minutes or less so that we can use that to take our calls. And I'll be telling you the numbers. You might want to write it down. If you don't have it, please do not call any other number apart from this. It's not that those numbers are not mine. It's just that they're not the studio number. So the studio number, you want to save it as Koikimedia studio number. And when you want to call, make sure you're not using, because the other one is this, and I'm on Twitter space with that. And I do not like anybody to be interrupting that because it frees the audio. I've not mentioned anybody's name, but I've cited my mom. And I'd just like to appreciate her. But I do appreciate every single one of you that have joined us so far. So the number to call will be +44, which is the UK code, 74 04 40 5917. Or should I just say +44 740 440 5917. Or +44 74 04 40 5917. Don't call yet. Let's give it another 5-10 minutes. And then I will allow you to call in. And hopefully, like I said, it's a quiet house. You know, the children are not home. I can tell you that. That's why it's very quiet. But I know that at least we still have a couple of 1 hour or so to play with. Then I can just go and put my legs up and relax and do some other things that I can do away from Yoruba Nation. Because it's not just Yoruba Nation I can do other things as well. But we do appreciate everyone that have joined us on this beautiful Monday. As you can see, the sun is going down. For those of you that have been watching us on YouTube, I know you can see the reflection. It has really affected badly the people on this side, but it's gone down. We love the energy. We do not get sun all the time, which is a vitamin D. It's not good for us. We need to be very, very, having the sun energy. Most of you in Nigeria, you have a lot of sun, but you don't have something to cool it down. There's no fridge in your house. Look, I've just got my apple juice right there, sinking it through. Every house in Nigeria, especially Yoruba land, should be air conditioned. You should not be living in isolated Ijapa house. We want you to live in a small studio, self-contained, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, a duplex. We want you to live in I was having a conversation with a grandmother in New York yesterday, I guess, yes, yesterday. And I was saying, oh, you know, I don't want to go into other details. And she said, I live on the 24th floor. How many of you live in the 24th floor? Remember the 1004 houses that we love and cherish? It has all become dilapidated. Houses should have been built in all Yoruba land for proper people to accommodate, either through the government of Yoruba land, local government, or through mortgage system or whatever. But it seems that all I've heard is many of you, I'm sorry to say, you live in face me, I face you, or slap me, I slap you. Your toilet facilities are rubbish. You know, some of you, I don't even know how you clean yourself, but you are pretenders. Because I know that when I was living in Lagos, I was shocked. You know, because I used to have then, you know, this girlfriend then, until I visited a house, I realized that, wow, I'm living in a proper house than many of them in Lagos State. But when she comes out, you know, she was a beautiful individual. But when I got there, I was like, flipping now, man. So me, we are there at any the Lagos Estate. I don't know, say I be big boy. Even though the person where they catch go say I be big boy until they move to Banana Island, they feel everything. And Yoruba people are saying, oh, Igbo are taking the place. Do you know that Eco Atlantic is not controlled by the Igbos? I'm just telling you now. And that value of there, that location itself, the value, maybe you should ask Tinubu. That location is controlled by the Shagoris family. They are Lebanese, even though they say they are claiming Nigeria. So if you are fighting the Igbos, I want you to raise your voice on the Lebanese as well. I'm more concerned about the Lebanese than the Igbos. I am more concerned in Lagos State about the Lebanese and the Chinese than the Igbos. But because the people where we feel a demo, that translate that for the Igbos that doesn't understand if they're listening or if not. Now, there are 4 kinds of nations. Nigeria itself is not classified as a nation. But this article is now telling us that there are 4 kinds of nations. The strong nation, the weak nation, the failed, and the collapse. Since Nigeria is even not a nation, let's just agree that for the fact that they are calling it a country. So, which one is Nigeria? Let me repeat it again. The strong, the weak, the failed, and the collapse. I want to say that in the comment section. Pick one before we move further. I might not say those that are writing it out, but I just want to say if people are with me or you're already tired. I know Nigeria's situation gives every one of us headache, but this is not the time to be tired, because this is the time to keep our eyes on the balls, because the country is going down. How fast, how soon, nobody knows. Again, there are 4 types of nations. Is Nigeria a strong nation? Is Nigeria a weak nation? Is Nigeria a failed nation? Or is Nigeria a collapsed nation? Which of it? According to the previously published research, estimated of the 193 members of the United Nations, 60 or 70 are strong nations, which I want Yoruba nation to be part of them in the near future. Because your Nigeria will die slowly. Nigeria is dying slowly. They are still putting some oxygen in it, but I am looking for the right puncher to punch that last hole to release that oxygen out so that it can finally die. But as we are looking for it, some Yoruba are using regional government to close it, restructurer to close it. They're using Tinubu to close it because they are thinking that they can save a country that the oxygen is already removing itself. And thank you so much for those of you that have commented already. Collapsed nation. Nigeria has always been a weak country, but it has now failed. I love that one weak country that has now failed. The nations that rank highest in the list of Freedom House, the Human Rights Report of the U.S. State Department, the Anti-Corruption Perception Indices of the Transparency International, and so on. There are 3 places that should be considered collapse: Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. Out of the 80 or 90 members are weak. Weakness consists of providing many, but not all, of essential public goods, the most important of which are security and safety. If citizens are not secure from harm within the national borders, government cannot deliver good governance. Let me explain that quickly. We are all expecting Tinubu to give us good governance. That is why you are shouting, end bad governance. But you forgot that your borders is loose. Drugs, cocaine, everybody just taking advantage from the southwest to the north to the southeast, from our waterways. The bigger ones is when they come with a ship, a tanker, and they load the crude oil, and the Navy will look away. We are not saying no, but have you given us the dollar in the bag? No, the dollar is there already. Oh yeah. Before Koikimedia, we send their team, and as they finish, they will now put on their transponder or whatever they call it when they're out of the Nigerian waterways. You know, go better for anyone who say we will keep Nigeria. But the people where they are small bunkering, that are doing their bunkering, since the government refused to support them, they are doing those bunkering. The military, and they go there and destroy it. Who is fooling who? So you think we are all mumus to remain in that kind of shithole country that it was never a country until British forced it together. This is the time to pull out of that mess before it is too late. So let me take that again. 80 or 90 United Nations members are weak. Weakness itself consists of providing many, but not all, of essential public goods, the most important of which are security and safety. Any country that doesn't have security and safety is as gone forever. If you like, add extra years to Tinubu's age, Nigeria will collapse on his head because we warned him already. He refused to listen. Publicly, a dozen or so states have failed. Dozen. You know what I call dozen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1 dozen. Dozens means that you can 24, 32, or that you continue to add like that. Including the Democratic Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, Myanmar. That country, I dare not even go that area at all. The military there are bomb bastards. Each lack security, is unsafe, has a weak rules of laws, is corrupt, limit political participation, voice, discriminate within its borders against various classes and kinds of citizens, provides educational and medical services. Most of all, a failed state is a violent place. I told you, I am your last man standing. You will hear Nigeria, You look, the Nigeria that our parents told us, I will tell you the true meaning of that Nigeria. Because the one that told our parents is the one Lugard gave them while they were in secondary school. That's if they finished their university. But the new Nigeria that I will tell you is the one that we have studied through the eminent emeritus Professor Adebanji Akintoye. That shit old country, nobody on the earth of this world can fix it. Your father could not fix it. My mom could not fix it. Your grandchildren should not fix it. Let's pull out together and have a better future now. Because the future is now, not when you have died and you are going to one heaven that nobody knows whether there is heaven or not. Let me take that again. Most of all, because the Yoruba people, they've been boiling that the Yoruba is not coming out of this program. But be patient, okay? I'm sure you can understand the English because I'm trying to break it down to particles that can get you to understand what I'm talking about. Most of all, failed states are violent. So sometimes you will go out, police will stop you, open your phone, you'll be wondering why. It's because it's a violent state. I saw a bomb bastard lecturer I believe it's a college or university, took out scissors and they cut somebody here. I swear if I was me, I would punch him and we will all find our way outside the pitch and do more punching. Many things that you are all facing today in Nigeria that is violent is anything that you can think of. If you wake up in Nigeria on a daily basis, anything you can think of that you say, is violent. And the moment you can say it's violent, directly or indirectly, that means the country is a failed state. But let's read further. All failed states harbor form of violent internal strife, such as civil war, insurgency. Nigeria now confronts 6 or more internal insurrections, and the inability of the Nigerian state to provide peace and stability to its people has tipped a hitherto very weak state into failure. This was 2021. So how is Tinubu the problem? How is Tinubu the problem? It's because he's a stupid man that did not listen. That it was a trap for him. That you are entering a failed state and you cannot save any one of us. So who are you now to come and say, what am I about to play out, where they should slow it down? I'll take that again. Gbogbo tó bá rí tó bí ẹnu o kò jí níjọ́ kan láàárọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà inú kò bí ẹ gbogbo tó bí ẹnu yẹn tó ń bí ẹnu gan yẹn ìtọ́ ń pè ní ìbànújẹ́ ayé àtọ̀run ìtọ́ dẹ̀ ń fa ni pé ìlú tó wà nú ẹ̀ yẹn òun ni ìbànújẹ́ ayé àtọ̀run kò ń ṣàjẹ́ kò ń ṣoṣo kò ń ṣàjẹ́ ṣoṣo gbogbo tá à ń kà látẹ̀ nǹkan 3 years ago ni átíkù yìí. It has nothing to do with Tinubu, but orí Tinubu ò pé. Torí ẹ̀ bá pé ni, ó jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé inú ibi tóun lọ yẹn, inú àkéèké tó yẹ pé tó bá ti wọnú ẹ̀ báyìí, àti jáde nísìnyí ó le. But it can still do magic. Tomorrow morning, let him just wake up and say, from now on, all our representatives, we are not doing Nigeria anymore. We hand over Nigeria to you. Tó bá wá bí ẹnìkan dá kó wá lo Yorùbá land láti fi dá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá rú, bò kò ní ṣe yẹn torí orí ò pé rárá, orí Tinubu ò pé, torí ẹ̀ bá pé ni kò ní lọ kó sínú wàhálà tó bá rẹ̀ yẹn. Ẹ wá ní káwa wá yọ nínú ẹ̀, ṣé èmi ni mo ránṣẹ́ pé kó lọ ṣe president Nàìjíríà? Ṣèbí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo wà tí mo ń pariwo pé Tinubu no go and do president. Ẹ sọ pé kó lọ ṣe. Ọmọ kì í ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ká gbélẹ̀kẹ̀ sí díẹ̀ lòmíì, ẹ ti gbélẹ̀kẹ̀ sí dí báyìí nísìn, ilẹ̀kẹ̀ ti ṣe já báyìí tó bá tẹ̀ ti já dànù. We warn you all. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ tán, ẹ̀yin jókòó sínú Nàìjíríà. Ẹ rò pé Nàìjíríà ló ti ń control Nàìjíríà ni. Ìta ló ti ń control Nàìjíríà. Èyí tó rí yín ti gbálẹ̀. Ẹ rò pé Tinubu ló ń control Nàìjíríà. Mo sọ fún yín pé Sultan of Sokoto ló ní Nàìjíríà. Sultan of Sokoto, he owns Nigeria. And àwọn mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà ti ṣe failed state, but wọ́n wá fẹ́ kó gbogbo ẹ̀ lé South West lórí, but wọ́n wá fẹ́ ṣe divide and rule kémi máa lọ máa bá Igbo jà. Ìṣèrí pé Igbo ló bà unitary system of government jẹ́. Kí ni kàn mí pẹ̀lú unitary system of government? Ṣáyé unitary system of government lèmi wà nísìn. Ṣé ìwọ gbé láyé àwọn olòṣì tó gbé láyé unitary system of government? Ṣé wọ́n follow gbogbo tí bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ ṣe after they become the representative of Yoruba land today? After tí gbogbo wọn di representative of Yoruba land, kò jẹ́ ká jìyà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, even with the little resources that they are receiving. Yet, orílẹ̀ pákó tó ń gbé, ilé pákó ó yá ṣe fídíò ká lè raise owó fún ẹ lórí social media so tá a bá raise owó fún wọn ẹlòmíì náà bá ṣe máa raise owó nìyà bí ẹ̀yin diaspora àwa máa ṣiṣẹ́ bíi kúùrù ni láti máa fi ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ ìjẹ́ ká support Yorùbá nation ká lè ní government tó máa ran gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ àfihàn ẹ̀yà àwọn Amẹ́ríkà mo tẹ̀ láìkẹ́ ẹ̀yin máa ń donate dáadáa ẹ̀yin ara yín ò ń gbà ó yá I donate $500 alájà kúdí láti kinní kan I am Mr. Instead of us to support a Yoruba vision not inside Nigeria because lè mú kankan jáde nínú Nigeria is a failed state. That is the topic I'm asking. Ṣé Nigeria is a failed state? And we have now found out that yes, it's a failed state because it failed because it was never meant to be a country. Nigeria was never meant to be a country. Wọ́n fọ́ọ̀sì gbogbo ilé wa lórí ni. Wọ́n fọ́ọ̀sì gbogbo ilé wa lórí. Àwọn Britain, àwọn mọ̀ pa ẹ̀. For 200 years, their empire was strong. How it happened, Elédùmarè nìkan ló mọ̀. So let's move swiftly because we are already at the 3 hours north of the program. Nigeria now confronts 6 or more internal insurrections and the inability of a Nigerian state to provide peace and stability to its people has tipped a hitherto very weak state into failure. At the bare minimum, citizens expect their state to keep them secure from external attack and to keep them safe within their borders. The bargain that subjects long ago made with their sovereign was being kept from harm in exchange for allegiance and taxation. What that quid pro quo breaks down is state losses its coherencies, its social fabric integrated. We can never be integrated. If you like, say you look, Koiki, but I don't marry one Igbo woman. If you like, marry a Hausa woman. Yoruba we go. Warring faction subvert the social contract that should provide the fundamental foundation of a state. Nigeria now appears to have reached the point of no return. Ó máa break up ní lágbára Ọlọ́run láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kò sẹ́ni tó máa dá dúró. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ pé ẹ máa counter no protest ó máa mú blood tó pọ̀ wá ní is as simple as that because àwọn tó máa jáde ẹjọ́ para yín ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ máa sùn sílẹ̀ ni 1 million people will die the country will still break. It's as simple as that. Torí pé Tinubu will not be alive for the next 20-30 years. Òun náà máa pa í. So lè máa defend Tinubu for his stupidity. Ó yẹ kó dúró sílẹ̀ Yorùbá ká tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ kó command pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ni o. Ó náà fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo Nàìjíríà. Ẹ̀rí ibi tó bá dé nísìn. So Nigeria has now appeared to have reached the point of no return. Indeed, few parts of Nigeria today might be fully safe. No, this was 3 years ago. No part of Nigeria is even safe anymore now. Boko Haram, a fundamentalist power militia of about over 5,000 attacks. That was 2021. Only God knows how many attacks that has happened today. And that goes on. So now, according to the political theory, the government inability to thwart the Boko Haram insurgency is enough to diagnose Nigeria as a failed state. And that is my 3 hours presentation to let you know that Tinubu was not the reason why Nigeria is a failed state. It was just part of it that funded it, kept it alive for 8 years, and coming out now to add another 1 more year of a failed APC bomb bastard government. So we open the phone line, enter our Instagram on Koikimedia. I've told you, we're going to close that now. I want to see if I can take just a couple of calls and then I can wind down because like I said, it's been 3 hours already of the presentation. So I'm going to open, take one from the Twitter space, maybe 5 if I get a call. Go straight. If you're still with me, Olaniran, let me hear from you. Enter our Koikimedia. I want to open the phone line there. Thank you so much. Join me on the other platform for now. So go ahead, Olaniran. And you can speak in whatever language you feel. I'm not going to force anybody to speak like me, but I'll try and see how far we can translate to my audience on the other side. Go ahead. You have about 3, 4, 5 minutes. And I'm going to share the link of these particular articles in case you want to go out and do your own further readings as well. About Bonsuke, Mr. Olaniran, please.
Mr. Koiki,
you're welcome, sir.
Because tó bá ń pè because ó máa ń yà mí lẹ́nu ni ó máa ń yà mí lẹ́nu gidi gan pé because àwọn kan máa wò pé àbí ṣé àwọn pípì ṣé wọ́n pretend ni àbí wọ́n kàn bóyá wọ́n mọ̀ bóyá ó mọ̀ so tí máa ó tọ́ra sí wo ẹlòmíì máa rí pé it's like kò pretend ó believe pé Nigeria yẹn country ni so and ó dẹ̀ ń fún ní problem because on a normal ground okay nísìnyí tó bá yẹ kó mọ̀ pé Nigeria ò ṣe country tí ó bá gba ká sọ pé ó ṣe ọkàn nísìnyí bóyá ọlọ́pàá wa mú so ọlọ́pàá ṣe mú nísìnyí kò ní tó bá wà pé kò ń ṣe country kò ní bá ọlọ́pàá drag even though kó wà right kò ní bá drag gbogbo bóyá máa settle ọlọ́pàá yẹn tó máa fi lọ́ǹtì ẹ̀ òun náà máa wá but nítorí pé àwọn kan wọn mọ̀ pé kò ń ṣe country wọ́n máa bá àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn bá wọn drag so tó bá ti gba drag yẹn á gbé lọ́ọ̀lẹ̀ àdéhùn òdìdí náà òun náà ó máa padà short máa padà bí sàdédọ̀ so irú àwọn kan báyìí mò ń rí ní even though àwọn brother mi kò máa pa oúnjẹ tí máa sọ fún ọgbà kí ni ibi tẹ̀ country ilé ìtàn pé country kò ń ṣe country company ni àwọn British àwọn ni wọ́n ní company yẹn and ó ní àwọn kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́yìn nígbà tí wọ́n lò bí àlùpàídà àbí something fún àwọn tó jẹ́ ọba àtàwọn baálẹ̀ wa nígbà yẹn tí wọ́n fi tí wọ́n sọ pé sign agreement ìwé kan so and tábà yẹ agreement yẹn wọ́n máa rí pé irọ́ ló wà díẹ̀ so and gbogbo constitution amalgamation ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tèmi iṣẹ́ ló máa ń já sí nonsense something bí nǹkan tí ò make sense ló máa ń jẹ́ bí so mi ò kí ń wò pé country kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ so ibi tí mi bá lọ ibi tí máa face no more face so iye ló bá ń tà nǹkan ló bá ní iye báyìí ló ń tà lọ́jà tí n bá rí pé wọ́n agbára mi ò gbé á lọ wò mí bóyá mo lè rí tí agbára mi máa gbé so mi ò ní ní hypertension tó lè pé country wa báwo lè ṣe máa ta iye nǹkan báyìí ṣèjọba ò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n pè ìjọba kò sí kí ló kàn jọba business làwọn ń ṣe tiwọn oníkálukú ń ṣe business tiẹ̀ ní so ẹni tó bá máa ní hypertension ó ní hypertension kò sí kí ló kàn àwọn tiwọn so àwọn ti kọ́lé sí abroad kọ́lé káàkiri wọ́n ti fún wọn nílé àwọn bíríjì fún wọn nílẹ̀ ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ so tẹ́lẹ̀ tí bá ṣe dà wọ́n lè lọ́ máa gbé gbogbo àwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ so tí àwọn èèyàn bá realize nígbà yẹn ni wọ́n ní àtàtà ìgbà yẹn ni gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú Nàìjíríà ni ò ní máa yà wọ́n lẹ́nu mọ́ so because okay nísìnyí àwọn òyìnbó yìí wọ́n ó níjọ́ kan tí mo wà ní space kan so ìyálóde wa wà níbẹ̀ ìyálóde ilẹ̀ wa ṣá ó wà níbẹ̀ so mo wá gbà tí mo rí pé ìyálóde ẹni yẹn mo rí pé she's one of the intelligent person ẹni yẹn wà intelligent so wọ́n wà pé ẹ kí n request for mike nǹkan béèrè question kan lọ́wọ́ ẹni so that ali and light àwọn lórí question so mo wá gba mike mo wá béèrè lọ́wọ́ mo wá sọ fún ìyálóde pé kí ló dé tí àwọn bàbá wa ìfàyè gba àwọn òyìnbó yìí tí wọ́n fi translate devil títí wọn èṣù devil títí wọn their own Satan kí ló dé tí wọ́n fi allow wọn tí wọ́n fi translate ẹ̀ sí èṣù tàwa nígbà because characteristic wọn kò ń ṣe the same thing so mo yẹ sọ mo lè rò pé ìyálóde ó máa dì fún irú àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ láti parọ́ wọn lè parọ́ àti parọ́ ó máa dì fún wọn so bí ìyálóde ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní sọ the same story tá sọ pé àwọn British wá wọ́n kọ́ àwọn èèyàn lẹ́rù kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ so ẹ jẹ́ ká ló mi sọ̀rọ̀ máa padà wá.
All right, thank you so much. That is from the Twitter space. Thank you. I'll start appreciating people. Ifeanyi Chika say Nigeria is a failed nation. I say this because we are still together in confusion. I seen TV, my brother. Shout out to you. I cite you. And also as many of you. So we have a couple of calls that have been trying to come through. Let me go straight to the callers. Thank you so much to the people on the Twitter. Let's get in, one of our callers that have called in through. About mute background, and mute it, if you please.
Hello,
I just compare you.
Okay. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan lọ ní recently tó ń pè fún wọ́n tún pè fún ẹ̀ pé kí ni rétí tó ti máa fáwọn ọ̀pá ní bribe. Oníṣòwò kó mọ̀ fún wọn ní bribe kí wọ́n pàdánù. Àìmọye tó jẹ́ pọ́n tó ti lọ ilé tí wọ́n ti pàdánù bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ó ti nǹkan tó tẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ jáde. Wọ́n á sọ fún ọ̀bọ yẹn òun náà You have taken the best decision. Because somebody buy could that country. Nigeria is a country. What are the government? Our command, Nigeria is supposed to be in its own planet. We are put that we are going to create Nigeria. Because the Lord move food. But Nigeria can reverse me. And the country was claiming they couldn't repair the old refineries. They could not even build the refinery. Now, a simple person can build the refinery.
Line crack, so I don't know where you are. So it seems that we are having, as much as we love to listen to you, but the line is really bad. We're struggling to get as much out of the discussion. On your day, I must struggle, but go ahead again. Let's see if we can, maybe we'll get better. I don't know, be and drive or something. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes, better now, yeah.
So mo wá sọ mo ní Nàìjíríà tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí mo ní ẹ sì máa praise Tinubu tó bá lọ because Tinubu kọ́ ni problem. Tinubu ò kì í ṣe problem mo ní ẹ̀rí pé tí Tinubu bá lọ ẹlòmíì bá tún padà wá sẹ́rí ìyá tẹ̀ ń jẹ yìí times 100 ẹ̀ lẹ́ máa wá tún padà jẹ. Ẹ̀ tó wá praise Tinubu yẹn ó ní the only solution táwọn èèyàn fẹ́ gbọ́. Ó lè má ṣẹlẹ̀ generation wa yóò bọ̀tà ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ṣẹlẹ̀. Nàìjíríà ò lè lójú tí wọ́n máa pín ní. Mò ń ṣàlàyé fún òyìnbó kan ní bíbá sometimes. Ó ní why tó fi jẹ́ pé English communicate. Mo ní because you are not the same thing. Ó ní because gbogbo ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọdé kan báyìí ọmọ Anambra and níbi ìtẹ́ ó ní don't you local language. Ó ní we have 3 languages. Ó ní what British has done to that country is evil. Money is evil because they match more than 3 countries together. People from different cultural backgrounds, people.
No, it's fine. It's okay.
People from different cultural backgrounds, people from people of different languages, people of different characters. People of different religion. Àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé Islamic ni tiwọn, would they behave like Arab? They are like Arab ni wọ́n kó tó fún Muhammad kan lọ lẹ kókó ẹni yẹn fún máa pẹ́ ní ẹni tẹ̀lé yẹn. Àwọn kan dẹ̀ wà tó jẹ́ pé ìṣẹ̀ṣe làwa. Àwọn kan wà Christian. So ìlú yẹn náà ọ̀pá jẹ́ pé oríṣi lọ síwájú. bread ní 1,500. Bread tí tèmi rà ní 150 kébì tó kúrò ní 150 naira. Ó ní ẹ sì máa ra bread ní 15,000 naira slice bread yẹn. Títí sọ pé ayé Tinubu 1.5 naira. Ẹ jẹ́ fẹ́ gbé láàyè jẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thanks so much. Let's take more calls. The line is open. The number again, we still have about, probably just about less than half an hour or so. Plus 447-404-405-917. Shout out to Yawa Iyabo Olubumi Oluwole, Mukibabawa Adirinle Yusuf. You say we are not one, but I cannot support protests to destroy the Southwest for us. What we need to do is let's see and make sure that we protect all the buildings and everything that needs to be protected from being destroyed during the protest as well. We're only taking one number to take the calls. You will only call on that number if you want to participate. So, Muki, Dizzyman 123, it is time to break free from the colonial mentality. Our true strength lies in Yoruba nation's ability to determine our destiny. Let us embrace self-determination and unlock our full potential globally. That is a very powerful word. We need to get out of Nigeria so that we can unlock our full potential. We all have potentials. My potential is different from yours. And that potential means that, only when we exit Nigeria, Moki gbogbo in grammar tí ẹ wà lórí ìkànnì wa, àtẹni tó ń gbọ́ wa nísìn, àtẹni tó máa tún gbọ́, gbogbo iná làkì. Hello, caller.
Hello, sir.
Ẹ kálẹ́.
Ọpẹ́ ni, sir. Ọba tó pẹ́.
Ṣòfé dá sórí program ni.
Sir?
Ṣòfé dá sórí program become our life nísìn.
I'm sorry.
All right.
The protest on.
So, thanks for me by yàtọ̀ sí anything. So, you go follow program. Go lè manage data. Data to ní nìkan fún ìbá mi sọ̀rọ̀. Let's take the next call quickly. Shout out to many of us that have joined all our medias to Alabe Roto. Moke, Oracle House, all the way in Akure. Shout out. Báwo ni Babawa ní Side Ibadan Ìtàn tó lóko ọmọ sí. Ẹgbẹ́ òsókè Mr. Adam Smart. Let's hear from you as well. Go ahead. Network. All right. While we're hello.
Nígbà tí ẹ̀yin wà ní ìlú tẹ́ wà tẹ́yìn balẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ ìlú yẹn wọ́n jà fún ìlú wọn ló fi rọrùn fẹ́yìn láti gbé tẹ́yìn bá wà takú síbẹ̀ tẹ́ di èkó dèrè tẹ̀fẹ́ wálé wọn táwọn tó bá dìde tó máa fẹ́ tún ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó wà takò òfò lẹ́ má ṣe papọ̀ òfò ní omi ẹ̀fọ́ ṣe òfò lẹ́ má ṣe gbogbo àwọn òṣèré tó wọ́n jáde gbà yẹn gbogbo àwọn pásítọ̀ tó ń jáde tó ní kẹlọ máa dìbò wọ́n hà dìde rẹ̀ náà. People are hungry. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kan máa kó jáde. And you are telling them not to protest. Ṣé ebi ń pa àwọn wọn ò yóò fi ra nǹkan epo tó wọ́n ẹ̀tọ́ wá community jáde fún wọn.
Epo ti di 1,003 per litre as of today.
You are still standing up. Imagine. But them not to protest. And the Jerry was now at the one line. I won't be the two one here. What bad do you want to know? You are telling people not to protest, but you yourself you are still protesting. How stupid are you? People want to protest, but you are still protesting to tell them not to protest. Tó máa mú bá Nàìjíríà tó máa fi wọlé òun ní gbà kí bàbá ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ máa ṣe àbọ̀kẹ́ ṣíṣe yẹn ṣe àwọn ní kó jáde yẹn tá a dé àwọn yẹn ẹ má wọlé ohun tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn ń dúró dé.
Ọlọ́run ti fẹ́ fún gbogbo wọn ṣe báyìí ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa thanks so much. Let's go straight and take one or two more calls. Moki Baba Agbada, Mosi Smiler, Moki our comfort, Ologunja, shout out to you, ma, Grandma, and then Moki Sonki, Moki Antoa Remix LR, Latif, Omosonya, Moki, Mr. Olumide. This is the time that I also like to appreciate everyone that have joined the broadcast. Sanjo Beauty, good evening, you said. Olumide, shout out to you. Akira David, good evening to you. I can't appreciate you less because it takes you a lot, especially at this very difficult time that we're still getting many of you on the platform watching. Even if you have just come in and out, it is still a valuable asset to somebody like us. Mukiyami First Bank, and thanks so much and appreciation all the time. Muri messaging, Triple DRS, my brother. While I was outside, he told me that Amazon has 75,000. That video will be uploaded on all the other platforms. You know, it's so painful that when we move around the UK and England, and you know, you can see that, you know, when I do those videos, I just look up and say, "Kilo data or no, it's because they are not interested to fix it, and that is the reason why we are where we are today. Moki Momsimi no. Moki Professor Adebanja Akitoye, Jeffrey Singer say your audio is off a bit, sir, not matching your mouth. I had a Nigerian neighbor. They are awesome people. We got along beautifully. Yes, we're beautiful people, but what we are saying is that we are not Nigerians, but that is exactly what the British want us to look like. But thank you and shout out to you. I'm not sure why you said that my audio is not matching. It could be from your own end. Let me appreciate more Mori Grandma Intia Darapọ̀ Mommy Yekini Mokie, Mrs. Taiwo Kike Fasome, Omoboye Shegun Akorede Moki our Princess Gbadebo Shegoni Grandma Moki Buboyin Patapata, and the love you all have for Koikimedia, you know, is just not something I can pay back than to let you know that the full assurance I always give here, inshallah, it will remain like that. I will not use this platform to go into any other area. The area Tawanyi, no Lamawa, Tamafidele Leri, Kodenipemo, Luruko Jesu Christi, Onshamaloku Beni, the indicator is there. Whether, you know, people accept us as Yoruba people to have our own independent country or not, it is there. From the spiritual side, from the non-spiritual side, it is just glaring. Everybody can see it, you know. And the King Charles has also released a statement, you know, to condone with the two children. News UK Leni, very disgusting. 17 years old, one become to stab àwọn tọmọ kékèké méjì ti kú leni. Àwọn ọmọ kékèké tí wá ń kú lójoojúmọ́ kò dẹ̀ pa wá lẹ́kún. Ẹ wá ní ká sí sínú Nàìjíríà, ìyàn wá jókòó sí bíbáyìí. Àwa dàbí àtẹ́ pé ìyàn create a nuisance. No. I wish I have other means right now. But I don't gbé sábẹ́ ẹkùn ni. So that kó má dàbí pé a kàn jáde, a kàn sọ̀rọ̀. But one thing I can assure is that lórí ìrìn àjò yìí, olóyè sọ ní Ìmẹ̀kọ níjẹta bí jẹrin ní last week. Ó sọ pé ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation ó máa délẹ̀ lérí. Eléyìí ń ṣe àwọn tó ti ń gbé bọ̀ kọ́tọ́ máa níyẹn nǹkan kan wá dé láàrin méjì, because n tó dé láàrin méjì náà ni pé wọ́n tún fẹ́ divert ẹ̀. Àbá ti ń tẹ̀síwájú, wọ́n tún gbé nǹkan kan síwájú wa. Nǹkan ẹyọ kan tó yẹ kí gbogbo wa tó wà lẹ́nu gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá nísìnyí pé a fẹ́ dá dúró. Àwọn tó ń support ìjọba gan nítorí ẹ̀kọ́ máa sọ nìyẹn. But wọ́n ní ẹ̀ka ṣe kó sùúrù díẹ̀. Ṣọ́rí ìgbà tó bá fi kú tó fi fọ́ orí Tinubu mọ́bi tó wà. Abẹ́rẹ́ pé wọ́n lè fi kú lé. Ẹ má wo anyway, gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ó máa yé gbogbo wa láìpẹ́. So, go ahead quickly for another 5 minutes or 3 so that because Motivi might close broadcast here because it's been a long day for me already. About sorry, Paris.
Bóyá kí n máa sọ ní broken. But kí ló mo sọ ní broken? Àpọ́nlé ni mo ń là Hausa ń jẹ. And these European people, I know Mr. Koiki there for many platforms, but I know they call them colonial master or this kind of thing because I don't see them as colonial master. I see them as terrorists because if you look terrorist act, terrorists go come to your house, they use by force, do different kind of thing. If you rape your wife, if you collect your money, and if you kill you, do different kind of thing, and if you take some of your people, go with him. Understand? So, and this is exactly what the British people come to our land and they still do until now. So these people then carry our history from here, carry and go their own side, and go and rewrite it to suit their own narrative and bring it back to us, which is the Quran and Bible, and they call our own issue. They call them, they translate their own devil, which is nowhere where they take relate to each other. Their characteristics no match with each other. They translate their own devil, their own evil, their own Satan into our own issue for Yoruba land here. We say that will make us depart. Some of us depart from our ancestors. We say we know that some people they know if you call them, like let us say call them Ogunbi, all this kind of they will look at like saying a devil something, because this book with the Yoruba people brought to our land, they use them, they use their own devil, use them, they translate them to our own ancestors, ancestor for our own land. So and apart from that one, if you look now for North, then they run Sharia law there, and this Sharia law and this book, that their book Haram people they fight well. We say they go people out, they go kill people, all this kind of thing. And this people they call them book Haram. And Nigeria government they tell people say that book Haram mean Western education forbid. And if you go and check the meaning of book Haram, you say that's when they talk a lie, because these book Haram people then they host Quran and they preach Quran, and when they want to blow themselves, join plenty people, they will shout Allah Akbar and blow themselves. So, and if you check the meaning of book Quran, if you just go to Google now, just type what is meaning of book in Arab language, because the Quran they own Arabic, they used to write down, so which is Arab language. So if you go Google now and tell there and type and there say type and there, what is meaning of book in Arab language? Book will mean fake. Then if you type them again, what is meaning of Aram in Arab language? The other book will tell you say it means forbid. So if you put the two together, it means fake forbid. So fake forbid in the essence of what? Fake forbid in the essence of say if you be Muslim, you not follow the Sunnah of Muhammad, and you not follow the way Allah take put down for inside Quran and Hadith, you are a fake. Allah forbid you on earth and in the paradise. And according to how they explain for one space where I go, they explain for them the reason why protests around in North there. If you go to Quran chapter 9 verse 29, you can understand the meaning of fake forbid. That's what they're supposed to do. If they see somebody in a faith and they Allah forbid them, what is supposed to carry on that person. So you go see for Quran chapter 9 verse 29. So and now then they say some people the military, the army, they say they arrest some Boko Haram. I don't know how they take arrest them. Nobody know how they arrest all these people. They say they put them for prison, and later they say they don't go train them, so they don't come repent. So they repent. They call them repentant Boko Haram. They can't put them into the society. They don't put them. They restore them back to the wood. So they live with people now. Then they live with normal people. So and I can guarantee everybody say there is no way you can say Boko Haram repent. There is no way, because in Islam, if you leave Islam, the penalty is death. If anybody Muslim, if you leave, if you say you not Muslim again, Allah command me to that kind of person. So if you check them now, if you leave Islam, if the penalty is death, then you say all these people say they don't repent and they still be Muslim, and you say what they fight for? They fight for jihad. So now you say these people don't repent, and we see these people that are Muslim, and there is no way you can repent. If you say if truly if they repent, what is the government supposed to do for them? The government is supposed to find them because they leave Islam, and these people. So these people now,
all right, I'm going to let you go because I know you're engaged. Let's let you go. Thank you so much for joining us as usual. We appreciate you. my brother, because we love you. He's doing his small businesses and we can't interrupt that business that he's doing. As I'm winding down, my back end team that are working tirelessly, I still have one more article that says is Nigeria a failed state. But I'm going to read through to see if it's not a repetitive of what we said earlier. If it's not, I might read through. And then this was put together by Julius Oguro, and this was May 24, 2023. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́kọ́ kí Grandma Mr. Shegun Alarapemori, Grandma Woni, shout out to you. Many of you that are in there, like I said, I would like to appreciate your name because they back comment. Mr. Femi Elekilele, so are you coming home to support End Bad Government? Please, we need you be in front of the crowd of the rally. I am not part of the End Bad Government. So maybe you are new to this platform. We are not ending bad government. We are not involved in that. So we are part of the Yoruba Nation campaigners. So I don't know what you mean by that. Mr. Idris Abimbola, Mukiba Bawa, Tajuddin, Olanrewaju Ibrahim, I want to comment as soon as I went live. Thank you so much. You also further say thanks for your effort to save the Yoruba land and the people going into extinction, which is a very powerful thing. Babami Waris Jinadu, I cannot appreciate you less. Adituaro, I don't know whether you're still live. He was also commenting at the beginning of the program, but because when I started the program, I did not want to be saying you know, sometimes we just want to crack on quickly. About it if you wind down by, you know, there, you know, but I don't want to go into programs sometimes and get that distraction in. So Mokiba Bawa Nuruddin Ake Moyede, the value of the Naira is so depressing that Koniminin Kokomo Pali Indomie noodles to the 13 to 14,000 Naira. It's madness, you know. So I don't know how our people want us to survive in all this. So back end team is Sandy, what my beautiful sister, even though I might not agree with all her views, but this is the suggestion she's passing to Tinubu. He's not going to listen because, you know, Omolodo Odeni, he thinks he's a smart man, you know. Olun lawyer. Where's she now? So Tinubu Ropo was smart. So, okay, under Kemified, look, show the Facebook, let it crop it. Where is she now? Kemi. So, but at the end of the day, whether Tinubu likes it or not, the end of Nigeria will happen on his head. That is our own prayer. Our only sentiment pẹ̀lú Tinubu, because àwọn tó mọ Tinubu gan, wọ́n mọ̀ pé Tinubu ó ti fail. Nígbà tí ó ń ṣe Lagos State, ká má ti wá sọ pé ìgbà tó fẹ́ ṣe Nàìjíríà nísìn. All right, let me just read it from here because, you know, instead of looking for it on the other side. And I think, hold on, put it Facebook, but my crop it, but whatever it is. Okay, we love her. She's a big sister, and we appreciate the work she's doing so far as well. But we don't agree with most of what she talks because Tamashing support of Nigeria is not going to work. Everybody knows that. So let me go and look for her on Twitter properly because I fake a lot of the screen by me. I don't know why it was not coming up because as I was typing it, it could be daddy. That's strange. Okay, so let's see. Because in the send lot of the Twitter, all right. If not, only. So she posted something on the Twitter, which is again X, as we know. My statement on the Nigeria protest, President Tinubu should reshuffle his cabinet immediately, fire all the special advisor, hire expert that can run Nigeria with him. Nobody can run Nigeria. She knows that as well. You know, Nigeria. We are here. You want us to come home? I came home 3 times, but all you are doing is hiring and running a paddy government. That has been like that for Lafikoni. Paddy government. We all know what that means, and the end of it is coming now. Nobody should think that the end of Nigeria is not here. It is getting closer on a daily basis. She also went further. The dollar shouldn't be 1,600. The dollar today is 1,600. Nígbà tí mo ń sọ ní one of my posts, you are all laughing. Koiki, how can you sit down with all your, bad news about Nigeria every day? Some of you don't even know the meaning of journalists. Some of you don't even know the meaning of media. So, because that is the way you have been brainwashed in Nigeria. All our Naira savings at home. You might not agree with Bishop Adesina, but pull your money out of the bank. Save it wherever you can save it. Convert it to dollar if you can. And one over gone, what Naira púpọ̀ s'account wọn mọ́. What it changes to dollar. Ẹ sọ pé ẹnu wa ń dùn àbí nǹkan kan, I don't know. Our Naira savings at home is drained and gone. Kemi Olunloyo. The other alternative is for Tinubu to step down and the new elections are done. That I don't agree with. There's nothing like step down. Those of you thinking that you will push Tinubu away and you will bring somebody to come and govern in Southwest, kò ní ṣẹlẹ̀. Lọ́dọ̀ tiwa. It's not something we was telling you, Koiki kílẹ̀ máa wá ṣe. No, moving in Mohati, Intamaṣe yẹn mama dá sílẹ̀ lórí social media, especially somebody like me that most of you know that, I am the number one when it comes to, the closest to Igboho. So, at least after the wife and the children, anyway. Moki Buguwale and Kosi, Moki, Prophet Ologunoluwa Ati Omeyo, the youth leader. I hardly mentioned their names when we're asking and talking about our leaders. Omeyo is also a leader, and Moki, Iyajagun, and many of you that we can remember. Gbogbo in Babati, Babalekiti, Lomba, we might not know you personally, but we know that we have a lot of elders that are fully in support of the dissolution of Nigeria. Moki Oba Bariga, Jagumolu, Moki Baba Waba Igboho, and many of them that believe that Yoruba people should not be where we are today. It's just that many are asking, how do we pull out that it will not be a bloodshed? Well, nobody wants the bloodshed. We want a peaceful dialogue to opt out of Nigeria. And on that note, the program is coming to 4 hours, and I think we should wind it down so that we can have more strength again tomorrow. If you're also thinking that Yoruba Nation, even from your one mobile phone that you have, start saying something. It could be your own crowd will link up with ours. My own crowd will link up with you. We should all be one uniform, and we can then pull out of Nigeria simultaneously together. 8:45 in London. The sun has gone down, but again, Akin Game, thank you so much. Baba Olusegun Oyesanya on the Twitter space. Ogumala Biodun, thank you so much. And there's many of you that will be listening to this as a repeated program. Remember that every support that comes in goes a long way. I had to just pay, some few things that can make the program work today, because I realized that, they were asking, the payment is not gone through. If not, Lori Mixella will have struggled to have listened. So every donation that you give us, it goes a long way to support the platform. We appreciate many of you that wants to support, but you don't have the means. Just pray for us. So all our videos are free to be used, so that it can reach more people. It doesn't matter whether you're making money from it or not. I'm not bothered. But as long as you put it on your platform, always reference that it comes from Koikimedia. That's all I want. So that at least I want your more source. Sometimes they might want to reach out to me and then ask questions surrounding the self-determination movement. But please make use of our videos, cut it, screenshot it. And many of you that have asked, if you're watching me, send me a small shot. I want to appreciate our viewership in Ikorodu. The very strong viewership in every part of Lagos Island, Surulere, mainland. At some point, nobody will sit back when the odds get going. But for now, they are looking, and they're watching. So shout out to everyone, Moki Oloyegbo and the rest of the team, Moki Obagboni. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI. As many of you know me, it's Koikimedia. So what we're going to do right now is just some of those videos that we've listened to, just for us to prop up before we finally go. And as I play that, as soon as I play maybe one or two, I will then close the broadcast at exactly 4 hours. So 20 minutes to play those videos just for me to relax. I hope, you know, our lightning is good, and I hope my sound was coming out very great. And remember to Mokibaba Wasil Rahim. And if I didn't mention your name, I did not purposely do that. It's just that sometimes, you know, Mr. Joshua Ola White, Mokibaba Gege Sunday, Mr. Lukman Ati, Etawani Dublin, and all part of the world where you are. Yoruba Mabo is just that we need to make more effort so that we can get the hell out as quickly as possible. And we've had enough.
To buy meat, even the commerce are dry rice up. Two fish for Chicago, 1,200 naira, 3 of pieces of.
Who's trying to call that is stopping the call, the video?
This too much. This finance is too much for this country. Please, if government work, if they cannot protest, we Yalaga, we go up our yash, we go up our breast, we go protest. Too much surveillance, too much for this country. But before you we serve, we go suffer. The surveillance is too much. Please, madam, find solution for this thief. It's too much. Gary 2,000 naira. Since when my father bought me, I did not buy 1,000 naira pence of Gary. The selling is 2,000 naira now. It's too much. The savannah is too much. Even the rice, the Rika one rice up to 1,200 naira. For what reason? It's too much to buy meat. Even the commerce are dry rice up. Two fish for Chicago, 1,200 naira, 3 of pieces of.
We will not let this often tell you our loans. So this finance is too much. Baba.
As you say, Olu ti sú wa. Eku òkè bí eku mọ́, ẹyẹ òkè bí ẹyẹ mọ́. Gàrí la mú sá èmi àtàwọn àbí mi àlè jẹ ráìsì mọ́. Ẹ̀wà náà ti wọ́n. Gàrí ọ̀gá ti 1-2. Ó ti sú mi, orílẹ̀-èdè ti sú mi. Báyìí kọ́ ni wọ́n bá tẹ́lẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ní ọ̀la yìí ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ ni wọ́n kà o. Ẹ̀kọ́ Awólọ́wọ̀ wọn kà àlè rán mọ́ sùkúù mọ́. Ayé yín ò dáa. Ó ti sú wa o. Wọ́n bá wá nǹkan sí àti pólítì. Ẹ rí pé orí mi gan ti pa. Ó ti sú wa o. Ó ti sú wa o. Orílẹ̀-èdè wọn bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí o. Ráìsì ti gàrí ti 1-2. Mo tún gbọ́ pé ráìsì ti di 80,000 àpò. Wọ́n bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí. Tá a bá tún abẹ́rẹ́ epo bẹ́ẹ̀ epo 580. Sorry, 680, 700 lára. Kí ló dé kí la ṣe? Àwa akórópè gbogbo ẹ̀pọ̀n ní ọmọ gbóná lálẹ́ tá a mọ̀ fọmi wẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ pẹ́pẹ́ kan ọmọ lànà. Àní rí kankan. Epo náà ní ń gbà lọ. Owó sukú bí ṣe àmọ́ mi wò rí san báyìí. Ayé mi ò dá o.
Ọ̀gá. Ọ̀dọ́ àkọ́mọ̀ ẹ̀ wáyọ̀. I just hope that they listen this time around.
Ayé kò yẹ ìnira àtẹni wọn lára yóò ti pọ̀ jù ẹ̀yin nìkan lè gbádùn kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan ṣe lè gbé ayé wọlé síbẹ̀ ni. Why we stop to be like this? Nàìjà tí màá dùn únjẹ nàìjà ìgò sweet ìjọ ló máa tó dùn.
Which day? Ṣé ilẹ̀ gbéra ń síbẹ̀ ni?
Àtúrọ̀ mọ́ pure water báyìí pé kó lọ ra pure water wa. Pure water ń sìn ó ti di méjì. Báàgì méjì 500 kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀? Èwo ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀?
Problem tí máa ń ní pẹ̀lú ọmọ yìí kò ní kúkú sí lórí program a máa kàn fi tiẹ̀ disturb wa tàbá ti ń ṣe program. You know? And that's why we get frustrated with some of you sometimes. So for that, Papa, lórí program.
Tukọ̀ pure water omi ta fi ń dáná omi ta fi ń dáná kí ló dé pé gbogbo nǹkan báyìí ìnira ti pọ̀ jù Lagos State yìí kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tẹ́ ń ta pure water láti inú mọ́tò méjì 500 méjì báàgì méjì 500 láti inú mọ́tò àwọn tó máa tún tà kọ́lé ló máa tà.
kí ni kàn wọ́n pẹ̀lú yẹn.
kí ló pé ìnira á pọ̀ jù ní nàìjíríà ìnira ti pọ̀ jù àtìgbà tí buhari ti bọ́lẹ̀ báyìí ni buhari ti gbé lọ́ọ̀fù lọ ló ti gbé ìfẹ́ lọ kò sífẹ̀ẹ́ mọ́ ìnira ayé ti pọ̀ ju epo wọn àsọ̀rọ̀ gàrí wọn àsọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan wọn àsọ̀rọ̀ ṣé bí ọ̀tà omi tá a mu lẹ́tún jẹ́ kó wọn omi jọ́sọ̀ omi tọ́lọ́run dà tó ń ṣe pé bóyá pé kínní òun lẹ́tún jẹ́ kó wọn níbo la ń lọ lórílẹ̀‐èdè nàìjíríà níbo la ń lọ báyìí níbo la ń lọ tó bá yẹ pé ogun la máa jà tí gbogbo ogun èyí máa fi solve tó bá yẹ pé ogun la máa jà tí gbogbo ìyà tí àwọn mẹ̀kúnnù ń jẹ yìí táàfin ní jẹ mọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká kúkú jagun ẹ tó bá máa kú kó kú ẹ tó bá máa yè kó yè ìnira àtẹ̀ni wọ́n lára yóò ti pọ̀ jù ẹ̀yin nìkan lè gbádùn kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan ṣẹ́yìn lè gbé wáyé wọlé síbẹ̀ ni why we stop to be like this ẹja tí màdù ń dé mẹnẹjà ìgò sweet ìjọ ló máa tó dùn.
mo kí brother mi Yẹmí Fátókí mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Ireland.
Very clear. We made a declaration saying that it's too late for restructuring in Nigeria. You will remember in 1962 there was a massive problem when Awolowo was arrested. Our people talked to us. There was crisis for over 4 years that led to the coup. There was a Yoruba meeting of elders called the Yoruba Leaders of Thought. We relented. The thing continued. Yoruba has continued to lose ground since that time. In 1993, there was the annulment of the June 12 election. Shiju Ade, the former Oni, spoke and said Yoruba should go ahead and conduct an election. We did. It led to nothing. The same thing happened in 1998, just before the handover to the democratic elected government. Yoruba did not want to go for anything like Nigeria again. But then it failed. Look at where we are. Yoruba has been losing ground since 1914, and we are just tired. We are done for restructuring. It's too late for restructuring in Nigeria. It's too late for sovereign national conference. It's too late for resource control. What we want now is Oduduwa Republic. And we are very categorical about that. We have made that very clear. We have made declarations. And we are very serious about our demands. Every region just go to its own tent. Yoruba wants to be on its own because the problem that Yoruba has is Nigeria. Nigeria is the problem, is the impediment to Yoruba development. Is the impediment to Oduduwa development. Without Nigeria, we will be where we are. 1960, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
Bàbá mi Babalola Afọláṣadé Ajíbóyè wọ́n ní Mr. Koiki Congo gàrí ní àdúgbò tèmi 1,500 naira. One bag of pure water is 400 naira in my area. Mr. Ayonika, for real billionaire ní Nigeria go hot this year. Àwọn tó wà nílé gan wọ́n náwọn ò bẹ̀rù. Báwa tí wá ṣe wá wà níta tá ń bẹ̀rù ní kò yé mi. So at the end of the day, what will be. It's just as simple as that. Arole Oduduwa, shout out to you. I should have done it. I did ask, told her I was going to do a short video for her, but again, I'm using this privilege. Láti sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́, Àṣàkẹ́ TV show. We spoke yesterday about a sister wa about funi support. She needs the laptop to operate as one of the strong Yoruba media personnel, but it seems that and I'm going to have to anyway. I'm not going because damn it, they can't go through the tomorrow. So what is send the number tí ẹ lè pè wọ́n sí tẹ́ bá fẹ́ support wọn ìyẹn Yoruba Àṣàkẹ́ TV show. So the number, I'm going to write it out on the comment section. It is +212 710 3808 820. I'm going to appreciate some of my sisters. I've just spotted them on the Twitter space before we go. The rest assured. +212 710 380 820. Àwọn náà pè ní Àṣàkẹ́ Òsèǹtò máa náà wọ̀n mọ́ sister wa Àṣàkẹ́ TV show. Whatever we can, I mean, you know, kò jẹ́ kí somebody like her be struggling to go live because a laptop, you know, stopped working. So I'm just pleading on behalf of my platform that we, you know, call her on WhatsApp. Just call her and say, look, how can we help you, you know, with my own contribution? And hopefully we can raise something for her quickly so that she can, you know, get back on the track doing what she loves to do, which is Yoruba Nation self-determination campaign. And like I said, this is my own platform trying to help another sister in the movement. She might not be able to say it on her platform, and I think she just mentioned it briefly, that because people were asking why was the audio very bad during the broadcast 2 days ago, and she said it was due to the laptop that it stopped working, you know. And I don't think I've ever seen her on the show coming out to say, somebody like me, I come out every day because I said to you all 4 years ago that full-time, let me finish it. If I was not doing full-time, I would want to look for what to be doing. I told you full-time, you know, somebody's calling here, the same person is calling here because he has 2 numbers now. And I told him I'm on the program, Mulatipa Wi-Fi anything. So that means when I looked at the call here now, it's the same person calling. And I told him I'm on the program, even if he's not watching the program. But what can we do? You know, when you're in the public domain, this is what you have to go through on a daily basis. But I'm not complaining, but it's just that, you know, sometimes we have to let you all know. So again, you know, before we go tonight, that is a number there on the screen. If the Interbagbo program in later, reach out to me, I'll just forward the number and let's see how we can raise something quickly for her so that she can go out to the store and pick up a laptop. I can buy one for her and send it to her. You know, we will appreciate. Look, mentally meaning 1, 2, you can locate. But yeah, the alien way, it's just been very busy lately because of my project that something is going on it. So that is about it tonight. Once again, on behalf of my team, we will continue to raise more awareness. Watch all my short videos. There are messages in it. When I show you the high road, that is expectation of what we want, and better than that in the near future of a Yoruba country. It can happen, but the Yoruba politicians are the ones slowing things down. We have 8 minutes. I can tell you it's not even up to 8 minutes, 7 minutes. So let me quickly appreciate you know, those that have joined us probably in and out. My sister, beautiful sister, Eunice. These are Biafrans, you know, that are dedicated to our platforms. They are lovers of freedom. It doesn't matter whether Onyibo they talk about freedom, they go sit down there. It doesn't matter whether na Yoruba, you know. A lot of the Biafrans are very also skeptical that they are Yoruba who knows. Like I also tell that they are Yoruba who knows that doesn't agree to the, you know, breakup of Nigeria. So shout out to you. Olaniran, my brother, I know you're making so much sales. God will continue to bless your business. Let me also say shout out to Kisito Lawrence, you know, and I think I should follow some of you back, which I have not done, especially if you're listening to me right here. Obiaro, shout out to you. We pray that Tinubu will have it. Shout out to you, Talokimibe, Omolaja, Rokusu, Eshigoni. We pray and hope that Tinubu will listen. You know, a lot of prophecy about Nnamdi Kanu, and we hope that he will release Nnamdi Kanu. Mr. C, shout out to you. Let me greet your government and exile. Simon Ekpa, my own brother, and I can always say salute him. We love him. We appreciate the work he's doing. Omo Olabisi, shout out to you. And John C, shout out to you as well. Some of you have followed you back. Adekunle Pret, and I think that's the people I've seen so far. And on that note, every one of you, for the four of you on the Twitter space, and also, sorry, on the Twitter itself. This is the end of the program, but tomorrow, be rest assured that I will start the topic. You know, I didn't want to mix it with the one I'm doing tonight. So tomorrow, God's willing, we will go to week 11. And I believe we've talked, the last one we did was, we shall create a true and respectable judiciary. So the one that we're going to treat is a very important one. We want to build an incorruptible civil service. Can we do that? I'm sure there are corrupt civil service in Europe, but they're always dealt with. Do you know that many people are working in Nigeria in the civil service, but they are in abroad and they're collecting salary? So people like that will tell you, shut up, Koiki. Even though Tobati was London, because what's the initiative to want us safe in Nigeria? And sometimes they could be away for 5 years. That is not a country. And I'm watching the time, I got 4 minutes. So that is the topic that I'm going to treat, God's willing, from tomorrow for another week. We want an incorruptible civil service. I don't want you to use that government money to be purchasing land, and then you put people there and you'll be stressing them out, and then you come and say, I'm a great solution. So that is the topic that we're going to treat tomorrow. Criminals, Yorubas. Hey, Igbo don't collect all our job, but they are in that, not that they don't have their own, the Igbos are also criminals when it comes to the civil service. Everywhere. They will leave Nigeria, go to America for 4 years, then they will still be collecting salary. Ghost worker as well. Ghost worker. I love this country so much that the moment you enter office, you use one card, do taka, clock in, Lamankwe. And as you go out there, you go clocker, you clock out. No clock in, no clock out. End of the month, you will not get paid. So we need to stop all these shenanigans. Some of you just want to be corrupt. Look, corruption is not good. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anybody. And it doesn't help a society. It takes the society backwards. And we don't want to live in that kind of system. And if I was corrupt in the near future, I should be dealt with by the government of the day. It's just that then I spot everybody as they were coming in. And the silent listener for the next 3 minutes, I know you are there. That's the word of law. You are now stressed, you are fed up. Nothing is coming from 2 by 2 because you think that she has something to offer. She was just another criminal-minded Yoruba woman that only God knows if you thought it like they were. That end up deceive you all. America, Europe, you know, I want to back country. And it's about me, it's back country. And she interim government, Lord. And when they go abroad, one support the back country, and no era. I don't even have, you know. Yeah, I'm able to check bedroom. How can a Yoruba man to build America to Kawi? Sam, Baba Sami, who are now in the country, to America. He created a lot of this stuff. He spent so much money in the movement. I want to joke with UN, ordinary building. I want to map. Antigua country, Yoruba country, UNT accepted. UNT, could have to find a document. Bomb bastards. You give them okay and listen to me. I tell on Instagram, I take 4 hours. I can plan them, call it closer together.
Isha
Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate it so much. Busy man 1 2 3. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin màmá alálùbáríkà tẹ wà ní ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà tó ń pè nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àtẹ̀yin tẹ wà níta àtẹ̀yin bàbá alálùbáríkà ẹ túbọ̀ máa sọ fún àwọn ọmọ yín tó ń bẹ nínú ilé pé lóòótọ́ inú Nàìjíríà la wà country náà kan ní tẹ́lẹ̀ but ìran Yorùbá ó fẹ́ pull out. Let's try to tell them they will not be confused. We need them as we move forward. And I'll be telling us more as the day and the time is coming for Igbo's visit as well. Tomorrow, God's willing. Good night, everyone. Bye for now.